scriptures. As far from a standing position. Sea moss strengthen the bones. Sea moss strengthen the brain.
Yo! Let's get these levels sorted out. For me, at least. Should be good for you. How's everybody doing? We're gonna continue a league that we started off stream with Legacy Foodchsin Goblins. We're currently 1-1. We lost to Delver, won against Bant Control. It's a good game against Bant Control. I've been loving these Legacy leagues. I missed the format a lot. You know, we talk in the modern section of the Goblins Discord a lot about your backup plan being, you know, crappy 1-1 Goblins, and it's sort of a joke in modern. Just because there are so many aggro strategies that, like, are playing better creatures than you, and nobody is relying on just, like, really overpowered spells the way they can in Legacy. So, like, you know, the chances of you getting there with a 2/2 and Narcomancer is 0 in Modern. It's like actual 0. There's no control decks, right? I guess that's really what it comes down to. So, but in Legacy, I almost got there with just a Goblin Matron earlier today. Like, every point of damage matters. You get 20 cards into your deck just because you've had a lot of draw steps. So, it's been feeling fun. If you listen to... is this good? Turn 2, you have nothing? I don't think this is good enough. I think I'm gonna mulligan. This hand is better, but it's bad against Wasteland. And, like, Wasteland plus Bolt. But I think at the very least you get a Matron off. So, like... I'm gonna put back the uncastable Squee. And we'll keep it. There's a lot of very good draws we could have here. Palk 52. I wonder what Palk 52 plays. But Palk 52 is on 5 cards. We'll see if they keep 5. Usually the long pause on 5 these days means they're deciding what to throw back. You did some gesture drawing today. Does that mean you drew things in like 15 seconds? Like, you see a pose, you do like 6 lines to get the pose down, and that's it? And now I'm gonna draw anime boys. That's funny. No girls? Well, good luck drawing anime boys. I know that's a lot of people's favorites. You should specify what genre of anime boys. I'm sure people's imaginations go nuts. No? No specification. You want their imaginations to go nuts? Alright. I appreciate that. So I can't cast like basically anything that I pull out of my deck here, which sucks. You could like go on the, well, you'll probably draw something plan, and I might do that. In fact, I think I'm gonna grab the Squee that I put on the bottom because I drew Fury, so I can like exile Squee to Fury. Let them have their dreams. Well, I appreciate that. I respect that. I realized I had left Flux on for a few days. Ooh, what do I do here? I could just kill this with Crater Maker. It would cost me 2 life. I think it's worth it. Cassidy. I think it's worth it. Nah, you know what? It's not worth it. Because they might play something else next turn, and then I can Fury it all. They also may waste their mana porting us, and our hand sucks, so it'd be good to slow down their hand. I'll take 2. No actions. It looks like they're just going to try to Thalia, Rashad, and port us for a while, which is a respectable line. No, they put out the mom, so I'm gonna kill both of those. That is a good draw as well. So here, we're actually really far from casting Fury, because we don't have any red mana for elementals. So that's a thing. When you draw all caverns. This is definitely a wasteland deck, by the way, though. Whoops. So we get to cast Squee from Exile. We have our Goblin Crater Maker still up. And we're getting in for 3 this turn and 5 next turn, if nothing changes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, so Matron can search up some good stuff. If they get Batterskull, we kill the Stoneforge Mystic and just keep swinging in for 3. They did get Batterskull. I assume that means there's a Jitty in their hands, to be perfectly honest, but... Oh, this is actually like... this works out pretty good with our mana here, because we are going to tap this Ancient Tomb to play... War Chief regardless, so we get to use the floating mana to pop off the Stoneforge Mystic. So there's Thalia. We don't have a lot of things to get... Oh, we don't have a lot of things to get past Thalia. That's funny. Alright, they concede. They had nothing else. Karakas looking good. Pashlik not looking as good as Sting Scourger, but still alright. Here you bring in all your artifact hate because a lot of their stuff just relies on Stoneforge Mystic. I don't know if Trash Master is actually worth it. I guess it is because of the +1/+1. So just cutting, probably just shaving a little bit. I feel like Lackey is very unlikely to get there, so we'll shave 2 of those, and we'll just run it like that. Very unlikely to connect. I put a bottle of Gatorade in my freezer that I need to go get after this match, just so it doesn't freeze. I think Gatorade is like pretty hard to freeze, though, right? Because maybe it's easier to freeze because it's salty. I don't know. I think it lowers the melting point, so it's really hard to freeze. Yeah. So I should be okay. I don't know if this is the correct. I wonder if you're supposed to not cut a Muxus, and instead you're supposed to cut like Ringleader or something. Like in Black-Red Goblins, it would make sense to cut a Muxus, but because we're Foodchsin, and it's like you just need payoffs, maybe it's not right. But drawing that Karakas to bounce the Thalia felt good. The colorless hand has messed us up a couple times, but it's only messed us up in terms of like curving out, not in terms of like whether or not we would win the game, if that makes sense. Like, the format is slow enough that sometimes I make bad decisions and I'm just like, yeah, crack, fetch, grab, badlands, taiga, whatever, and then you just get blown out. When you can just like actually play nothing and do better on some turns. Does anybody know what other band recorded Scarlet Begonias? The 90s, I guess, but... I actually thought Scarlet Begonias was their song for most of my life, I guess. So, this is a decent hand. You get to get basics, which is always good. You have 2 accelerators. You have a Crater Maker to deal with, you know, a couple problems like Stoneforge Mystic or Thalia or something like that. Thalia is not a huge problem for us because we're not attacking with this hand, I don't think. Probably are going to end up killing that Mom just because that seems like it's going to be required for us to move on with our other interaction. But maybe they'll play Stoneforge Mystic and we'll get to... because this can't give artifacts protection, so maybe we'll just pop the Aether Vial. Could just play Ringleader. You put yourself in... you put yourself at risk of a wasteland. I think I'm probably supposed to kill the Vial. I'm definitely supposed to get a basic. My options are play Crater Maker, kill Vial, play a Narcomancer, swing for 1. Play Crater Maker, just threaten to kill Mom and Vial. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana next turn. And if we play the Anarchomancer, we can actually just slam Muxus. So I kind of like that. And the Vial is not too threatening on 1. On 2, it becomes an issue. On 3, it's a bigger issue. So we have time. Obviously, it generates them a little bit of mana and allows them to port us, but I think playing Muxus next turn is a pretty big deal. So we'll err on the side of that. Because it's, I don't know, they don't have anything that could fuck our Muxus plan up. Like, even if they swords us, it's no biggie. Glad I didn't attack the Vial. Apparently, most of their hand was mana and mana denial. So, this ended up being a really good hand. Yeah, we can't actually cast Muxus this turn because they decided to port us. Maybe I'm supposed to have taken that into account. But what can I cast here? I have up to 4 mana, actual mana. I can play Matron for 2. Go get a Crater Maker. Kill Mom. Because they could have a Mom or a 1-drop in hand that they Violent to block. So I don't want to, like, just walk into that. They're going to get to use the Wasteland on our stuff, though, is the issue. I think I am supposed to do that, though. Like, not let them know that I have this other Crater Maker. Or maybe I just get Trash Master. And then a Trash Master next turn is, like, really good. Can they stop me from casting Trash Master? Not without killing Hierarch. So that's a play that we could do. We're still getting Crater Maker. there anything I can play this turn that's really good? No. I mean, other than just putting a Crater Maker into play. I kind of like grabbing Trash Master. I think that probably locks out a large portion of this game, and we'll get our other Crater Maker into play. I don't think they have 1 mana 2/1s, so like, or 1 mana 3/3s. So even if they had, oh yeah, okay, Mom taps out. Now that I've tapped out, she can actually do this. I threatened to kill it with the Crater Maker before. There was a way better way to do this turn, and I fucked it up. I missed 3 damage. Damn. So if I play the Crater Maker first, I thought I was grabbing another Crater Maker, so I wanted to hide that information, but I ended up not doing it because I realized Trash Master was a good thing to get. But anyway, had I done it properly, I can play the Crater Maker first, attack with a Narcomancer, then they can't do the block, give it protection thing. And we get in for extra damage. Now, is there a way that I can target this mom that allows me to actually kill something, like, efficiently? Because, like, if I target it now, they just get protection from red. So no, I guess, is the answer. Oh, we don't have double red for... Or now we do. I think what I'm supposed to do... So, I can get red, red, green... Or red, 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 cast Trash Master. But then I don't have mana up for the Crater Maker. So what I can do is I can just attack with Matron. Because I don't care if it dies. So if they Violent Thalia here, it's like not a big deal. Yeah, so I missed that last turn, that play that I just made. But we get better all the time. Do we want to stop them from getting up to 3 on their vials? I believe we do. So I'm going to pop this vial off. They can obviously vial in a 2-drop here, but they'll be able to vial in a 2-drop next turn either way. Okay, so we actually don't draw cards in Goblins. So it doesn't do anything. It's just an X1. We obviously put more cards in our hand, but we don't actually draw them. So Spirit of the Labyrinth doesn't stop us in any way. And obviously Muxus puts them straight into play. I think we've kind of locked this person out. There's not a lot they can do here. Food chain, like, doesn't even matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. They didn't port us, which implies that they have a path to exile. So, like, I'm just gonna cast this Muxus. Oh, I could have left mana up. I'm so dumb. I get this. Well, it is what it is. Let's do this. So if I... Yeah, so I'm gonna... Pashlik Mons actually makes things like so much better. So I'm gonna kill the Vial. Just with the mana I have floating. And then Pashlik Mons can target Mom. It will have to Maybe I should have targeted Spirit of the Labyrinth, because now, like, Goblin Trash Master would probably be better off. So now I have to. I totally should have done that. But this already has Pro Red. All our stuff is big. I don't care if they trade with the Narcomancer. Well, they can't trade with the Anarchomancer, so we'll just do this. They have 2 mana. We have a very formidable board. Path to Exile doesn't stop us. We reload. I don't see how they get out of this, but Death and Taxes is one of those decks that wiggles its way out of everything. Double Mom could do it. Alright, let's not just waste mana this turn. That seems good. Oh my god, I did just waste mana again. Alright. So, quick win. Quick win over Death and Taxes with Foodchsin Goblins. We didn't look like a Foodchsin deck that game, though. It's surprising how good you can be just by threatening huge value. I love it. Ton of fun. I don't know why this thing always freezes. It froze 15 minutes ago, and when I say this thing, this, whoops. The timer here, it freezes all the time. I know I have a lot of things going on. Oh, the reason I want to worry about the timer is that I want to run ads to keep the pre-rolls off. So we're going to run 1 minute ads here to keep the pre-rolls off. I hope you have ad blocks, so I'm still talking to you. It's just so that people can... It's just so that people can join the stream more easily, and there's definitely at least 30 seconds of waiting that can happen between rounds. Don't forget about my Gatorade, thank you! It's gonna freeze. I'm gonna go grab it while we wait. Thank you again, Nathan Maddox. Yes, we would like to play first. Gonna wait till the ad is done to talk about why I'm mulliganing this hand. Or are we mulliganing this hand? Well, yeah. So the reason we're mulliganing this hand is because, number one, it doesn't do anything till turn 3. It's pretty bad against Wasteland. And Goblin Matron actually doesn't combo with Pashalik Mons, or... Well, Goblin Matron can grab Squee, but it doesn't do enough. Like, I guess this is a Muxus, technically. But I don't think a turn 3 Muxus just by itself, it's a turn 4 Muxus, actually, is good enough, especially when you can't get there through a Wasteland. This hand is a lot better. We'll just throw back Sling Gang. Maybe I'm not supposed to throw back Sling Gang? Maybe I'm supposed to throw back, like... Maybe I'm supposed to throw back Basic Mountain? Because, hear me out. Lackey puts Matron into play, and you get Squee. Actually, Lackey probably puts Ignoble into play. But you get Squee with Matron, and then you have infinite mana, but you don't have the rest of the combo. So I guess you just chain your way up to Muxus eventually, is the idea. So if you, like, turn 1 Lackey, turn 2 you get in, you grab Matron. You have to Matron 4 Matron, I believe. So that you can make mana with Matron on the... Yeah, okay. So we'll still throw away Sling Gang. You get up to Muxus this way, is the idea. But thank you, Nathan Mannix. This person's playing Elves, supposedly, which means we actually may just get through with this Lackey because they don't want to block, and they're like, I win on turn 2 if you don't kill my stuff. And we don't win on turn 2, so... There it is. Ooh, that is not a good flavor. I know everybody loves blue. It's 0 sugar. It is cool blue. It's not that it's bad. I just like the cherry flavor better. But it was really strong. I didn't expect it. I'm attacking through this. I guess I'm playing Hierarch. I'm pretty sure Elves doesn't play Wasteland. I'm pretty sure Elves plays 14 lands total. So I'm gonna grab a Taiga. Put Ignoble into play. Attack past this measly 1/1 Allosaurus Shepherd. Oh, is it Nathematics like the elf? Nath of the Glintleaf? Is that the joke? I know I said we were going to put Matron into play, but you can just put Ringleader into play. Grab Cratermaker. Wow, 2 Furies going to the bottom. That's painful. Those would have been good draws. Are you a Nath player? I figured it was Nathan. But since it's mathematics and not mathematics, that's a tough one. Alright, so they're going to try and go off here. They only have 1 more mana, so they kind of have to really go off. You have to get pretty lucky, so this might just be a value glimpse. They make another mana with Quirion Ranger by untapping Forest if they want it, right? Yeah, but they don't want it. So I think they're dead, especially since we drew Muxus. Foodchsin coming right out. We can cast this by exiling Ringleader. Yeah, I think Ringleader's the one to exile. You Matron. We can grab another Muxus if we want. This Matron makes 4 mana, so we go up to 6 right away. So if we whiff on the first Muxus, we just like definitely have another, and I think I like that over getting something like Sling Gang. So we'll grab Muxus. Cast Muxus. Plenty of hits. We can now go get Squee. And then cast Muxus again? Or should I just get Sling Gang? Muxus is going to cost like 5 with this board. So I can get Sling Gang, or I can get War Chief. I think I'm supposed to get either War Chief or Squee. War Chief gives my dudes haste, and I can like turn a Lackey into a War Chief. Kind of like that. Just like guarantee you get a War Chief here. Gives you more mana. Actually allows me to activate this Cratermaker to get the Quirion Ranger out of the way. So we make a real red mana here. We'll exile the Ignoble. We'll cast the Cratermaker. We'll kill the Quirion Ranger. And then we can actually just cast another Muxus to try and get more goblins out. And we will. I guess here you're supposed to get Sling Gang. Just do this for the actual kill. They are very, very dead. Unless they have a fog of some kind. But Muxus by itself is pretty close to lethal, and we can sack our whole board. So we're playing against elves, so these Furies are going to be great. Pithing Needle is alright. Pithing Needle says non-land though, right? No, it doesn't say non-land, it just says you can't hit Gaia's Cradle. That's what I was curious about. So what does elves do against goblins? I actually don't know. I played elves for a long time. The most recent tournament deck that I played with Legacy was actually elves. Let's pull up my elves list to see what I played in that tournament. I don't think any of these do anything except Assassin's Trophy and Abrupt Decay. They're probably going to Progenitus me if I had to guess, because I don't have any way to interact with that. So, we don't have any good way to interact with them. Going back to our goblins list. None of these matter. Magus, I guess, turns off Gaia's Cradle. That seems like sort of a long shot. On the draw, Lackey is way less likely to get in. But it still could. You saw what we did there. Yeah, I mean, Pashlik Mons is good. Crater Maker is good. Maybe we just, like, shave a couple lackeys and a Muxus for a couple Maguses. Not all three. But, like, you know, a turn 2 Mages to the Moon could really take them off of some green mana they were planning on having. Let's see. I don't know if it's a good plan. It sounds kind of bad as I'm thinking about doing it here. Especially since they can just grab Basic Forest and fuck me. But they didn't. So that's good. And they even have a Dryad Arbor. That's going to be a mountain at some point. And if I draw another red source, I have a turn 3 Muxus, so... Do I just turn 2 Food Chain, though? Or do I turn 2 Mages, turn 3 Food Chain? I think, well, I can't even Food Chain. I mean, they have 2 non-basics in play, and no green mana producers, so, barring a basic forest here, I'm gonna play this Mages to the Moon, and just try to play mountains up to Muxus. And, oh, that's big. So I'm probably gonna cack off the Wirewood Symbiote after playing Magus on a future turn. Ooh, I could get Basic Forest. Although they have a lot of mana next turn. I say fuck it. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actual lands, so we will get to Muxus eventually. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Fuck your Gaia's Cradle. Fuck all your stupid basics, or non-basics. Get out. Get out. They're gonna be like, wow, why would you bring in Mages of the Moon against the Elf deck? Well, because I don't have any good cards against the Elf deck, so I play bad cards. This guy's name is Scooby-Loo. That's a good name. Well played. Both teams played hard. Matron, go get... Man, a Goblin Fury would be so good. So we can only cast red cards. And we're trying to get to Muxus ASAP. So that leaves us one option, and that is Goblin Warchief. I don't think I'm going to attack with my Mage of the Moon, believe it or not. I think I value it too much. The friendship we've built over these last few minutes has been really special to me. The way it just totally embarrassed Gaia's Cradle. I will attack with these guys. I don't actually care if they kill the Warchief. I have 6 mana. So if they decide that they want to pick up their Elvish Visionary or whatever, they can pick up Elvish Visionary, by the way. There you go. Get Blood Mooned. 3-1. I like that. Who would have thought that Blood Mooning Elves was a good idea? But you take a look at it, and there's 3 basic forests. There's a lot of non-basics here, but really the reason I brought it in was not because I expected them to not cast any spells afterwards. I just didn't have a good way to interact with them, and I figured if I could turn off Gaia's Cradle, you know, that's a lot of mana that they can't make. So, we got there. I think that... Is that a good plan? Should you be like, oh, Blood Moon is good against elves? No. Not in a million years. But, we don't have any good cards versus elves that aren't already in the main deck other than this Blood Moon, so... Assuming they're going to try to interact with our main game plan, you just shave around the edges and you gain some percentage points, like stealing a game with Blood Moon. That's how high-level Magic is played. Coin flips and gambits. Yes, I'd like to play first. TCG player Ben Obi. Well, I like this hand, so I'm going to keep it. Turn 1 Lackey. I gotta say, and I don't know if people expected this when they spoiled Ignoble. Certainly not something that I encounter in Modern, because I don't play Noble Hierarch on turn 2 in Modern. But turn 1 Lackey, turn 2 Ignoble to give your Lackey Exalted has been sick. Like a 2-2 Lackey attacking gets past so much legacy stuff. Like Unflipped Delvers, you saw it got past the elf thing, the dragon herder, Allosaurus Shepherd. It's a dinosaur, not dragon herder. That is one of the dumbest design cards, I gotta say. I just... There is nothing about it. He doesn't even herd Allosauruses. And look, it's another elves opponent. But, okay. So, what can I do? I can just attack into a 2-2 and dare them to block. Because my hand isn't that great. Like, if I connect with... Although if they only play one blocker again, I can next turn kill it with Crater Maker, right? So... I think I am going to Fury, and I'm going to pitch a Narcomancer, and I'm going to put Ringleader into play. Oh, you think I just dare them? Might be right. I don't know if you were here. We just beat elves with a Blood Moon, which was, like, embarrassing. All right. Let's dare them. I mean... They could just go off. Nettle Sentinel is like the very start of just going off. Well, killing all their stuff does, but like if I connect with Lackey and then I draw good stuff, it's it's going to be a lot harder for them to play 2 blockers that are relevant next turn. Wow, they just are daring me to do it anyway. They have it. I think that I actually am supposed to put in Crater Maker here. Because if they cast a Heritage Druid, I have to kill it. That's what Norjas just said too. Yes, we're on the same page. You think they have another Nettle Sentinel in hand? Birchlore Rangers is not that good. Like, I can let them make 1 mana. That's not that big a deal. It's very difficult to go off with Birchlore Rangers and Nettle Sentinel. I'm going to let them have Birchlore Rangers. That is not the scariest thing I've ever seen. There it is. So now this puts me in an awkward position because I didn't think about what would happen if I let them have Birchlore Rangers and they had Heritage Druid. Can I just let them have 3 mana 1 time and kill the Heritage Druid? I think so. Because 3 mana doesn't do anything crazy, and we have a Fury, so it like kind of encourages them to cast more things. So now we kill the Heritage Druid. Maybe, I mean, you can technically let it resolve, but it's whatever. We're gonna kill the Heritage Druid no matter what. Oh, okay, okay. We might just be dead. We'll see. I mean, nothing has haste, so there's that. So it looks like this is probably just value here, and we're gonna get to Fury away a bunch of important stuff. Because they're not drawing cards. So we get 2 Allosaurus Shepherds, a Heritage Druid. Yeah, I mean, I like this. I think we're actually in a decent position here, because they just emptied their hand and we're going to kill it. They can make 3 mana. Oh, no. They can make... Yeah, just 3 mana. So, I won't go so far as to say that we win. So we have 1, 2, 3 mana. I have to pitch something here. I'm probably going to play... I want to keep the Ringleader because I got to find a way to win. I think my Lackey might connect if I play Hierarch. So... I'm gonna... kill Allosaurus Shepherd, Heritage Druid, and Birchlore Rangers. That's their only elves that matter. I mean, they do have double Nettle Sentinel, Elvish Visionary, but maybe Birchlore Ranger is better, is worse than Visionary, but they have 0 cards, so like they have to draw. They have to draw Wirewood Symbiote. And then, like, on just 2 mana, if they drew Wirewood Symbiote, they can't actually do anything. So, even if this Lackey dies, I get to put in the Ringleader next turn that attacks with double Exalted. So, they can double block, just trade a Nettle Sentinel for a Lackey. But that's fine. Because we have follow-ups and they really don't. Like, imagine them drawing a Gaia's Cradle here. It does nothing. You don't think I need to kill both Shepherds? That... maybe you're right. Because, like, they have no mana, but... we do have a hard time interacting with Gaia's Cradle, so, like... leaving a leaving it in play seems risky. That Foodchsin is actually a really good draw because we're about to play Ringleader and hopefully fill up our hand. So at this point, do I even attack? I think I do, because for them to take out my Ringleader, they have to get rid of Scavenging Ooze. And Scavenging Ooze is the only scary thing. And, like, I will get to this Muxus. Yeah, no, I understand that, Norjask. Elves was my first Legacy deck, actually. But they have to find it, and it's very mana intensive. You know, it's the only thing you're playing every turn. And we are going to get to our top end way faster. Yeah, so they don't want to get rid of the Scavenging Ooze, understandably. They don't know we have this Foodchsin. They might think that the Muxus is a lot further away, so it doesn't make sense to get rid of the Ringleader. Wirewood Symbiote and Elvish Visionary is low-key the best thing you can do in Elves, because it beats Jitty and draws cards while doing it, and it's insane. I just, like... I'm pretty sure they can't win from here. But we'll see. I'm gonna have to exile an Ignoble to get this... Oh no, I won't, will I? This will be 5 mana and we'll have an untapped Ignoble for the 6th. And we'll have that as well. That needs to make green. They know I have Muxus. They may just concede to this. But no. So... Muxus. So that's 5. This will be 6. And we'll still have a mana to activate Crater Maker if we want to anyway, so I'm okay using the mana from Ignoble instead of exiling it right away. So that's infinite mana. And probably just wins the game, because Pashalik kills this and Crater Maker kills the other thing, so we'll do all that. So Muxus will hit them. I think we need one more? No. Well, I'm going to do it because I don't want to hit cancel or undo while I have a Foodchsin activation on the stack, because it might fuck everything up. But we cast Crater Maker, Lackey. We hit them for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 9 from Muxus. The Pashalik Mons, so it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that's Xaxes. Oh, and then 15, 16. So this is what we did last time. We shaved around the edges and brought in 2 Maguses, just because we don't have a lot of good cards against Elves. And on the draw, Lackey is very unlikely to connect, I would guess. And Mages of the Moon shuts them off of Gaia's Cradle. And I would say that that's better than drawing a Lackey in general. But there's still the chance that you get to Lackey. It's not that Moon is good. It's just that we don't have good cards that interact basically at all. So... Mindbreak Trap's not a bad idea. They do go off sometimes. That's actually probably better than a bunch of things. I think I'm gonna just continue shaving the things that we have instead of cutting any of the moons. If they can't make a lot of mana, you know, you're doing well, and they have a lot of non-basics. Like, they have 3 basic forests, and some people fetch them. But, you know, Gaia's Cradle is the best land in the deck, and they only play 14 lands. But we just don't have a ton of good stuff against them that isn't already main deck. I think you just keep this hand, just straight up. You fetch a Forest, play Ignoble, play a Narcomancer. Maybe you get to hardcast Fury, but even if you have to pitch cast it, it's pretty damn good. There's obviously the danger of them just fucking going off. Like, you know, the whole shebang. But gotta grab a Forest here, can't make the mistake. I mean, I could actually probably grab a Taiga, right? But drawing a food chain would be pretty neat. Oh, I'm gonna kill all that. I guess they get to return the Heritage Druid. Maybe I wait because they get to return it. Although killing Wirewood Symbiote plus making them replay Druid seems pretty good. Let's get this out of the way. I'm definitely playing a Narcomancer. I'm definitely attacking. And now that I've played the Anarchomancer, I actually don't have a good thing to pitch cast to Ringleader because I fucked up. So, let's think about what they could do. Now, next turn, I actually just hardcast Fury. So that's something to think about. If they have a Glimpse in hand and 2 Elves, I'm pretty fucked. If they just have an Elvish Visionary, I'm okay. They make 3 mana, they draw a card, they empty their hand, then I Fury. That's probably fine. The fact that they only have 2 Elves to attack with, even if they go off next turn, means that I think I can pass the turn without Fury. So maybe I'm about to get killed by some 9/9 Heritage Druid and Llanowar Elf. The Dryad Arbor is interesting, but I don't think it changes what I would have done. I did fuck up, though. I probably should have pitched a Narcomancer to Fury instead of passing, but once I did what I did, I had to do this. Alright, so am I dead? No. I'm close to dead. I forgot about Natural Order. Does this have Trample all the time? No. Damn. I probably could have done that math. Probably could have done that math and figured out that that was a possibility. Now I can't cast Fury other than pitch casting it, but it gave me that one back. In that I can play Sling Gang. I can pitch a Narcomancer and kill all the little shitters. Make it extra dead, even though they're going to pick it up. It doesn't have Trample, right? Yeah. So they pick up the Heritage Druid here, because it's too important. We can block Craterhoof for a couple turns. We're going to get to play Ringleader. We're actually going to be able to crack this fetch because Sling Gang will gain us life. And we're not dead yet. And we have draws that end the game, so. Nettle Sentinel plus Heritage Druid is a little rough, especially since they're looking lethal over there. They actually do enough damage to kill us just on their own. No last elf though. No third elf. I guess we see what we get off this ringleader first, and avoid cracking this fetch. Matron, not the worst, not the best. It will block. And there's not much more to it than that. But it will block. Oh, that's another attacker that's pretty hurtful. I now see why they did... Oh, is this another natural order? We die to that. Yes, it is. Alright, just make sure they have the second Crater Hoof. Don't concede to the Burning Wish for no targets. And they do. Alright. So, probably fucked that up by not Furying the first time. Gotta have your calculus include natural order. Which only takes 4 mana. Although they kind of sidestepped my calculus at 2 points by getting Dryad Arbor. Not that it really mattered, because they didn't use Dryad Arbor as an attacker, but I didn't take that into account either. Was anything, like, not a good draw there that we left in our deck? Why is Trashmaster in? Why did I bring Trashmaster in? This makes no sense. If I turn 1 Hierarch, I can turn 2 Foodchsin, and then Ringleader and hope to hit Muxus? So I guess this is keepable, just on terms of speed. Like, you can get turn 2'd by elves, but that's not like, you know, that's not their bread and butter or anything like that, so. I guess that's a fighting game term. That means that's not what they do all the time. It's not how they make their money. This is the start of getting turn 2'd, by the way. But it's also the start of all of your value plays. Can I just Foodchsin up to Muxus this turn? Bread and butter. Your bread and butter combos are the things that you just do all the time. Like, that's how you get damage on people, because it's your most basic thing, and it's always good. Bread and butter is just always good. That's the idea. Alright. So I can Foodchsin. I can make green mana, put out another Hierarch, turn that into red mana, and then I'm stuck at 3 mana, right? Because this makes 2 mana. I go down to 1, back up to 3. Yeah, so we'll just wait a turn. I don't remember if I showed them Foodchsin. This might have been stupid to expose the Foodchsin to, like, you know, Reclamation Sage. I wasn't even thinking of that. I'm not used to... you hear people say it all the time, like, they just play until they make a mistake and then they try not to make that mistake again. I try to avoid that, but I usually realize that I fucked up right after I did something and then just pray they don't punish me. Doesn't look like we're getting punished here. Or X equals 1 implies a Heritage Druid here. Could be a... No, Burstlow Ranger costs 2. Oh, Burstlow Ranger costs 1. Okay. Oh, yeah, you morph it. Alright, that's why I thought. So... they're gonna... put a bunch of shit into play. Hopefully there's no Reclamation Sage. Okay. I think we win. So this... I can just... Let's get... Let's thin our deck a tiny bit. I think I can grab the Badlands safely here. So this generates mana by playing it, right? Because you put it into play, you make red-green, then you go to cast Trash Master, or you go to cast Ringleader, and that will cost 3, and you can exile this. So yeah. And we get to keep an Ignoble. Maybe it's better to keep the Anarchomancer, but we'll do it this way. So what you can do is you lock in the cost of the Ringleader by announcing that you're casting it, and then you exile your Anarchomancer because Foodchsin is a mana ability, so you can do it during the resolution of your... during your casting of the spell. So now we have infinite mana. There are no artifacts in play, so we don't have a sack outlet for Pashalik Mons, interestingly enough. But we can we get Squee into play here? Like, painlessly? We can get everything into play once we get Squee into play. But we're not winning, are we? And they might just kill us. Not the best hit. Not the best hit, but not the worst either. I think I cast a Narcomancer. And now we can cast Squee by exiling Ignoble. And now we have infinite mana. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, we need 7 red mana with Squee in play. And then we need a green mana. They conceded. It wasn't... They weren't dead. They just didn't want to waste their time. They weren't dead. I guess it is what it is. They could have asked me. I would have told them, like, no. Like, just stick around. Because in paper, it's like, you don't have to do shit like that. You can just be like, you can just wait to see if you're dead. But it's like, is this worth 3 minutes of my life? Anyway, Goblin Foodchsin, 4-1. Let's keep going. Let's go again. Oh, wait. Unless maybe they thought we could activate Pashalik Mons with the Squee mana, or with the Foodchsin mana, but you can't, because this says only to cast creature spells. Just by the way, is you thought that we had them dead. Apparently they did, but... I win a lot of games to people just conceding to Muxus and things that they're not dead to. Is Legacy the ultimate casual format in that it costs $10,000 just like EDH? And people only play it occasionally? But they insist that it's the best? Maybe. Maybe. So how is everybody's 4th of July weekends? I didn't have work today, which is why I got on so early today. Which was good. Not looking forward to going back to work tomorrow, but probably won't be that bad. I guess you just turn 1 lackey here. Yeah. I mean, this is good. And you can just put in... Alright, well, Burn is supposedly a nightmare matchup, right? We have to get really lucky to win this? I wonder if I attack, if I put Lackey into play, are they forced to not attack? Or do I put in Ignoble to just ramp? I think I'm going to err on the side of them being forced to not attack with at least one creature. I can't cast Foodchsin if I draw it now, but eventually. Okay, well that kills me if I if I play Foodchsin plus Squee. So there's Foodchsin. I have to play Ignoble so that I can eventually cast Foodchsin. And maybe they will not attack. Or maybe they will not block. And I'll get to put in Matron. But then again, maybe they will block. And I'll get to kill them around Eidolon bullshit. It's a very tough choice for them. I guess I could put in War Chief too. All right, they block. So what they've done is they've priced themselves into blocking forever. They have decided. They've decided that it ain't worth it. Although, they could just have the kill already in hand. Like, bolt, bolt, bolt is enough, right? And we are playing Legacy. I agree. I will take that all day. Because that was gonna fucking kill me if I didn't get it off the field. And we may just have the win here. They could have Fire Blast plus Bolt, right? And then we're dead. Because I take 2 off this, go to 8. No, Fire Blast plus Bolt doesn't kill us. It's only 7. Okay. So... I think I need to do this. They're doing the math right now. They got 2 cards. They're like, wait. So I can play Matron, or I can play War Chief first. And then Matron, but it exposes the War Chief to a Bolt. But, like, the War Chief is gonna get exposed to a Bolt at some point, right? So let's just... I think that it's fine to do this. Oh no, I'm tapped out either way. I think it all... I think you can actually just Matron up to Muxus, right? But I'm not sure. I assume everything is gonna die on the way there. But we'll find out. But doing it this way, I get 1 extra mana. And maybe that's... Maybe I didn't... Maybe you can't Matron up to it. I heard somebody say it once, I've never done it. So we use Goblin Matron's ability. So we have 2 mana. This Goblin Matron will make 4 mana. So we actually just Muxus right away. Right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So I probably shouldn't have played the War Chief. But you get to hit Matrons off of Muxus if you leave them in your deck, so that's an upside, right? So Squee plus Muxus means a guaranteed another Muxus, but also infinite mana. So We will exile Muxus to play a Squee. Then we will make some green mana with our Squee. Cast this gentleman. Cast another gentleman. War Chief here would be good. Matron here would be fine too. That's also infinite. And kills them and stops burn. So we got there. We got there. Do you bring in Masked Vandal? There are zero cards other than Masked Vandal that even look good in the board. What do you take out? A Lackey is like pretty unlikely to survive, right? I don't think you bring in Mind Break Trap for burn. I was like, that's the game. That's like losing the game. That's like, if we get into a position where they can triple bolt us to win, and we just get them. Oh, one of your bolts, no good. I think you keep this. No, right? Because you can't even. This is just a really, really bad hand in general. I guess if you draw Foodchsin and Ringleader is like really good. And the only hands that are gonna look better already have Foodchsin in them. All right, I'll keep. So I got Coke Zero for the caffeine, because I've been drinking nothing but coffee. I just didn't want to have another cup of coffee, but I'm tired as fuck. And then I was like, but you're so dehydrated from just drinking coffee and caffeinated beverages, so I got Gatorade too. The Gatorade is way better, but I'm tired. Price of Progress, yay or nay? I guess we'll find out on a different turn, but I am going to have to fetch a Taiga after this. They have to kill Lackey, right? Are we going to do the same thing we did last time? No attacks with either. Oh, that's funny. But that means that they're gonna block with both? Like, what does that actually mean? I swing in for 2. There's no way I don't swing because I can't block. So who even cares what happens? They get to decide what happens. If they block with both, I'm obviously killing Eidolon. I assume there's going to be like some free spell here and they're going to get me with Swift Spear, but maybe not. Wow. I don't even... This burn player, if I was them, if I were them, I'd probably be screaming at my computer monitor. Like, what is going on here? This is so insane. They have it every game. Oh my god. Ancient Tomb not looking great though. Okay, I can Pashlik Mons. I think I'm supposed to Pashlik Mons and attack. Do I get Forest? There's no reason to get Forest here, right? They're not a Wasteland deck. I can get Mountain, though. Or I can just get Badlands in case I draw Sling Gang Lieutenant. That's really what I should get. Oh, yeah, I agree. I say it all the time when we play Modern. Like, anytime you can get them to point spells at your face, or at anywhere other than your face, You're doing good. This Eidolon did deal 2 damage to us. Or 4 damage to us. It dealt damage to us twice. But... Alright, so their Eidolon is dead. But that doesn't mean that we are not dead. We still very much might be. I would cast the Squee over the Ringleader next turn, I believe. Like, play out the Ancient Tomb, but don't... If I get Price of Progress, I'm just dead, right? It's like 3 damage per land. Alright, so they kill my... Why are they playing this card? And should we be playing this card in Modern? I guess they're playing it because of, Well, that's good. Means I don't have a lot of time. Well, here comes Ringleader. And a Muxus next turn. No food chain means that without hitting a War Chief, your Muxus has to wait a turn, which might be the death of us. Although they have to pay. Oh, man. Dude, you're gonna do that to me? Because I would want to play this Muxus regardless. Because the Muxus is the only thing that can kill them on the next turn. Buffing it up by just playing a shit ton of goblins. They're dead. I just have to do it? Okay. The food chain actually bailed us out because it means I don't have to abuse the Grafdigger's Cage bug. But I would have done it either way. Like I would have had to cast that Muxus either way. Yeah, Grafdigger's Cage doesn't stop Muxus shit. From coming off the top of the library. I told them I've got it. I'm just informing them in case they want to leave. So we get Squee into play again. I cast Matron. I think they know I have a Matron, so they know I've got it. Black. Exile Squee. Cast this dude. So now we make enough mana to cast Squee 14 times, which is 3 times 14. Which is 45 minus 3, 42. So we're gonna make 42 mana. Unless, I guess... No, I always say this. I go through the same the same thought process every time. I go, we just have it, unless they have some way to like surgical extract Squee. And, like, no, they don't. They would have already killed Slingang. Oh, Grafdigger's Cage. Oh my god. I guess I'm supposed to Ringleader if I'm being kind. But I have, like, infinite mana to actually just kill them. Damn. I would have had infinite mana to just continuously play all these things out. They untap. I go like they're just fucking dead. But I have to. I forgot about Cage. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just get everything out from our hand. I don't care that Muxus is bugged. I'm going to cast it, because I would cast it anyway, because I need to have a lot of creatures in play next turn to kill them. And it's unfortunate, but that's what's going on. I can't stop it. Oh, and they're dead either way. They're just wasting both of our time. They had nothing they could draw. Just by the way, in case you thought I'm like actually stealing ladder points from these noobs. The best thing they could possibly have is Fire Blast plus Lightning Bolt, and I gain life in response, and I can gain enough life in response to them activating that enough times to never die to any of their spells. They have 0 cards in hand. I have infinite mana. It's like, I'm gonna attack them with a huge Muxus next turn that's like a 9/9, and they had 12 life left. So, like, this is just speeding it up for everybody involved, if they would just leave. But that's, I guess they could draw an Anger of the Gods, and I would be left with just a Muxus and these cards in hand. That's what would maybe have happened. Whatever. Do it once. Maybe they'll leave after that. But no. How many more cards do I need? It's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can cast Muxus again. I don't know if that... Whoops. I don't know if that puts us up or down, to be honest. But luckily it doesn't take that long. You do need a bunch of clicks, though. I could sack my whole board, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, we'll wait till it's actually... I don't know, I'm trying to be friendly about it, and had they responded... I would, like... I guess pass the turn and be like, oh, I guess, like, I can show you how you're dead, but they're not, like, there's some of those special matches on Magic Online, like, where you play against a Heliod player and you explain to them that they're dead, or you tell them, like, yeah, you don't have to gain 1,000,000 life, like, but if I go infinite, like, you know, game ain't over, and they're like, yup, and you just, like, you hash it out in the chat. But if somebody's not doing that, like, what am I supposed to do other than just use the game to kill you? But there's literally nothing they could have. I am still afraid to sack my board. Somebody convince me to sack my board. I convinced myself. because I can cast Gui from the graveyard one more time. All right. Well, we're off to a quick 1-0 start. I'm gonna run a couple minutes. Thank you, Nordesk. I'm gonna run a couple minutes of ads. It's gonna be 2 minutes to get the pre-rolls off for a half an hour, which is about the length of a game. You should get water. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm not gonna get water because I have this big fucking Gatorade, but yeah. And you should also get ad block so you don't have to watch these fucking ads because it's not like I get money from them. But I can't, ad block doesn't stop the pre-roll ads. So here we are. I have to run this stupid fucking ad break. But I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm back. The ads aren't done. You know, wait. Oh, I should have been searching. Well, whatever. Thank you for watching those ads. Want to check out my ad revenue? So you can believe me when I tell you I make zero money? Where is it? No. We have a game. But trust me. This is lifetime. I've never gotten any money from Twitch, by the way. Because you have to make a certain amount before they'll even give it back to you. So feed us your primes so that they'll give me money, but no. Don't even bother. This is a good hand. Turn 1 Forest, turn 2 Foodchsin with Ancient Tomb, plays around Wasteland even. I think you can throw back Crater Maker here. I think you probably want the extra land just in case. Although if this gets forced, then you want the Crater Maker. It's a tough call. I think you throw back the Crater Maker though. Because you just need mana, you have these matrons to go find another Crater Maker. Where is that fucking thing? Not stream summary. Channel analytics. They tell you how much you've made off ads. $2.40, and you need to make $100 for Amazon to pay you. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? But we do have a second emote slot that we've unlocked because of everybody's... Well, there's the basic forest. That kind of fucks things up a little bit. Oh no, this Yavimaya makes it so that it don't matter. So, we'll play Wooded Foothills. Thin the deck a tiny bit. So we do have a second emote on the way. My girlfriend is in the process of making it, but she got an art injury. So she has to rest, or she can continue making goblins wearing sunglasses pictures. Take one. They are not playing main deck enchantment removal, right? Are they? You can matron first. Like, that's... But the thing, if you matron first, you open yourself up to Wasteland. But then, I guess you just untap, slam a land, and move on with your life. Now that we've drawn lands, that option is open to us. So, what do you get when you already have a Muxus? What do you get for the man that has everything? Probably another Muxus, right? You could get Squee to get infinite mana. Like, just definitely get up to the Muxus, but... I guess you do that. It's kind of telegraphing, but... yeah, yeah. It's kind of telegraphing, that's what you were saying as well, but I don't think... They don't have a lot of interaction. And there's no way, if they have a Wasteland, they're not already hitting this Ancient Tomb. It's, like, too juicy a target. So, like, the most they can do is speed up their plan, but they can't make it fast enough that it beats... what we're doing. So... your food chain. I don't know why it holds priority when I food chain sometimes. But it's only on food chain. I don't want to say only, but it's always on food chain. So they can go grab Thespian Stage and Dark Depths if they have crop rotation, which I assume they have. But I don't assume that they have Force of Vigor main deck. So. Or any enchantment removal main deck, to be perfectly honest. I guess Night of Autumn, they have main deck for sure, but they ain't playing that at instant speed. This is gonna take a while. We have it all. We don't have to play this Muxus. We can go get Sling Gang with this other matron. I don't know if it's, like, worth it. Just do it. They have Path. They can Path the Sling Gang, and we just go get Muxus. So maybe that's why you play Muxus first, because then Sling Gang just sacks a lot more stuff. Yes, I think that's correct, actually. So we sort of made a mistake, but in the end, I don't think it matters. This is the top reason why I pay for MTG is a preference. What do you mean? I just have to click 4 times. Wait, 1, 2, 3. And that, or 5, generates a mana. No. So 1, 2, 3 on the squee, 4 to cast a squee, 5, 6, 7. Then it comes into play. So 7 clicks per mana. That's not so bad. If I could just click all in the same spot, we'd be gold. They're not dazing me. Just cast this. Mux this straight up. That looks like a pretty good hit. Man. Alright. So, against depths, you obviously bring in all your Blood Moon effects. And maybe less obviously, you bring in artifact removal. I don't know how much artifact removal. This looks like green. It doesn't look like Punishing Fire. It's obviously green-white depths. So you don't bring in Surgical Extraction, I don't think. Fury's still decent. We don't have Sting Scourger. Maybe Trashmaster is like too pie in the sky. Goblin Lackey is not connecting through their 1/2s and Knight of the Reliquaries. You definitely want to combo them. Although, maybe Goblin Lackey does connect through their 1/2s if you get the Ignoble into... or Lackey into Ignoble draws? Am I wrong about removing Lackey? That's a possibility. And maybe, like... obviously Magus is good, but maybe... maybe this is enough? Oh, but they bring in Sylvan Libraries, or they have it? You think just 1 Lackey? I feel like War Chief probably isn't that good. You could probably bring in a 2nd Lackey over the War Chief. And I feel like I probably want a Ringleader over 1 Anarchomancer. I already cut 2 Anarchomancers? It's like, Anarchomancer doesn't get you to, like, Food Chain any faster, but it does get you to Fury and stuff. But I think we kind of need Food Chain to win this, so I think I want... I think the Anarchomancer has a little bit less value. How good is Fury? And is it good enough that I want to fetch a Taiga and have no other lands? They mulled to 6 already. This hand doesn't do anything except cast Fury, so I'm gonna mulligan it. If I draw lands, this hand has huge upside. I think you throw back Crater Maker. Or is this just too many 3-drops that I want to cast? Like, you definitely want Magus, Null Rod. Maybe Null Rod. No, if you want Magus, you want Null Rod because you need to attack their artifact mana so they can't actually make colors. And then this is how you win the game. And then Fury is better than Crater Maker. Alright. There you go. 1 at a time. You just construct a hand. Now I have to draw a land. Ancient Tomb. Okay. Which one would I rather lose? Cavern. Because I can cast Mages of the Moon off Ancient Tomb plus Taiga, but I can't cast it off of Cavern. Now, if I draw Ancient Tomb, I'm going to be like, fuck this goddamn... But... Ooh, look, we can cast Foodchsin off of anything now. There's the Sylvan Library that we knew existed. Not catching us off guard in any way. Damn, it kills me every time because, for those of you who don't know, I'm bringing it up because I don't think the clock matters. The very old versions of Sylvan Library. Where is it? The oldest... Right here. Not, maybe it's not the oldest, but a 5th edition Sylvan Library has this as an activated ability. So every time I draw a Pithing Needle with a Sylvan Library out, I'm like, why can this not be? They don't have any activated abilities in play though, so we'll just get out Null Rod. And then oh, maybe I should have named Wasteland with Pithing Needle. Because they have no artifacts. Probably should have named Wasteland with Pithing Needle. Watch me get punished right here as they put pay 8 life to draw 2 extra cards and definitely find a Wasteland, and then I screwed myself. If they didn't have a Sylvan Library in play, it's like a much less big deal, but I fucked up. And I knew it. As soon as I did it. Whatever. Let's just make sure we have 1 land left. How about that? How about that? You can type the first half of Wasteland with 1 hand. Then you gotta hit the letter L. So that was what the pause was. Now, had we made the correct play, we have them pretty well locked out of this game, to be honest. Or at least, we have a lot of time. Because short of crop rotations, multiple crop rotations, wow. They're really low. Mox Diamond don't do nothing. Yeah, alright. So, if they have crop rotation, I think we're dead, right? Damn. That second mana, big deal. Big deal that we lost it. Because we'd be top decking... Okay, well, never mind. Not so big a deal. We were fucked regardless. We were fucked regardless because they have Force of Vigor. And we never drew our 3rd land before dying. So forget everything I said. Don't listen to me. We're dead. So we won game 1. Game 2, we never drew our 3rd land. Crop rotation, Force of Vigor. That was only 2 spells anyway, so even in like the weirdest, wildest scenarios, you're not mind break trapping. Yes, I'd like to play first. Oh, do you keep this hand? You can't cast anything except Pithing Needle on Wasteland? I think this hand is way too slow. This hand is pretty bad. Need to draw pretty much 2 lands to even get anywhere, and you're super vulnerable to Wasteland. You got them all. Well, this is a hand. I don't know if it's a 5-card hand, but it's a hand. You can turn 2 Foodchsin, and you can turn 1 Lackey, but then you don't have the protection of Caracas. For Merit Lage. So, I can throw back Ancient Tomb and not worry about casting this Food Chain right away. And just hope that Lackey into Ringleader is enough. But they have draws that kill us without Merit Lage. And Caracas is not remaining in play, right? If I just play it out. You think you gotta put Ring underneath and hope to draw a card. But Food Chain doesn't do anything. Like, if Lackey connects, then Food Chain doesn't even... You don't even need Food Chain, right? Because if Lackey connects once, what are the chances it doesn't connect twice? Food Chain might be the worst card in his hand. Depends on what Lackey connects with. You mean what Ringleader grabs? I think you have to throw back Food Chain. Like, yeah, Food Chain, cool, but... I don't know. I guess there's no way for you to draw Food Chains, and there's plenty of ways for you to get more goblins, but... I don't think Lackey is connecting. And I think Ringleader is then the best card in our hand after that. But on the off chance that Lackey connects with Ringleader anyway, I think you're winning the game. And here we're not, but... And I would have cast Food Chain here and, you know, not really gone anywhere with it, but... Next turn we'll cast Ringleader at least, if they don't Wasteland us. Maybe you were supposed to throw back Lackey. I was talking about in sideboarding how bad I thought... well, now I need to draw a red source. How bad I thought Lackey was, and I should have known better, right? Wow, just all Ancient Tombs? We drew every colorless land in the deck, by the way. Caracas, Ancient Tomb. Ancient Tomb. They can't Thespian stage us next turn, so there's no reason to expose Caracas yet. Now I have to, right? Because one, yeah, they can actually. Hey Muxus, how's it going? I have 6 mana for you as long as I can draw my Mycosynth Lattice. Had I kept Food Chain instead of Lackey, we cast Food Chain. We can't get anything else into play. We're still fucked. And I bottomed Ringleader. We have Food Chain. We have these Lackeys. I think, well, your line would have worked, Norjask. That's, I don't know if that was because it was the best line, but it here in this specific situation, assuming they don't have Force of Vigor, yeah, I would have been able to make Muxus. They're gonna go grab a Wasteland. So I gotta draw. I don't think there's anything I can draw, actually. Oh, man. I mean, honestly, I didn't expect to draw every single colorless land in my deck. I figured if I drew lands... Oh, wait, I can actually cast this Ignoble. Oh, my God. Forgot about Yavimaya. I still can't cast Muxus next turn if I cast it, but I should have cast it. So they're going to get Wasteland. I'm going to draw a red source, so I beat myself up over this, and I can't cast... Ooh! Wow. That would have been great, actually. Although, no, I just die to that? Not even sure. I fucked up though, and I don't like it. I was forgetting that I can cast it off Yavimaya. So, I mean, they obviously go get Wasteland here. They kill my Caracas. They make a 20/20, and I'm dead. They don't get Wasteland? What? Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought this... Oh, the Savannah was from the Flagstones. Alright. Well, we die. And not in small part because I forgot to play Ignoble. Because a Blood Moon there was actually pretty timely. Because I don't think there's a way... No, I guess they still do the same thing, don't they? Because I cast Magus that turn. In response, they go to kill my Karaka. Yeah, we had no way. Okay, it didn't actually matter. But obviously I should be paying attention to the fact that they have a Yavimaya in play, but I had resigned that game. All right, moving on. That's a matchup that I feel like we should have more sideboard space devoted to, because I play it a lot. Although we used to have main deck space devoted to it. But we put in Pashlik Mons, which has been good. Has been good. That's why this is the third league, or maybe the second league I'm playing with it. And I haven't decided to put back in Sting Scourger, so. It's possible that, like, the fourth Anarchomancer is worse than the first Sting Scourger. Just because Sting Scourger plus Lackey is sort of like a Splinter Twin situation. So, I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see what we've got for... So we've played 3 matches to finish out 1 league, and we're 2 matches in to this one. So we've played 5 matches so far. So let's see what we've got for our 6th match. For people watching, first of all, thank you. But second, this is what we always do. This is the Goblins channel. We used to play mostly modern Goblins. This is a good hand. It's got a lot of strong spells in it. I mean, Muxus. I guess you keep this. Although you can't really get basic forest, can you? This is like a hand that's really bad against Wasteland, but you do get to get a second Ignoble into play no matter what. I think you toss back the Anarchomancer. Maybe you toss back Caracas, actually. No, because if it's Reanimator, you just feel like a fucking idiot. I mean, it's between Ignoble and Anarchomancer. I think on the off chance that, like, you know... Not on the off chance, on the very good chance that the Taiga that you have to fetch doesn't survive. And I think we do have to fetch Taiga here as opposed to basic forest. Although, alright, what is that play around? Like, you kind of want them to wasteland you if you have a Caracas and another Ignoble, right? Wasteland instead of bolt you. So, I think this is correct. Maybe not, though. Wasteland and Days Math, I'm so bad at that. I don't understand. And nobody does. Tempo. Tempo is bullshit. Who plays Urborg? Jund? Or does Reanimator play Urborg? No. You think it's Abzan Junk Depths? Do I play Caracas? I'm already exposed to Wasteland and they didn't do it, so fuck it. I think it might be Reanimator. The last deck I saw that played Urborg was Reanimator, but... Okay, so it's Glimmer Post, which actually... If this is 12 post, like, X equals 1, joke's on you, bruh. I'm casting Ringleader. Actually, I'm gonna cast Matron and I'm gonna kill you. But first... I'm leaving open Caracas on some weird shit. Wait a second. What am I tutoring with this matron? Am I just matroning up to Muxus? Like, get matron again? I think I am. And now... No, I think you get another matron. But you don't cast this matron, you... Well, they understand. Alright. I think... 12 post... They're gonna play that construct thing that searches, like, this could be Metalworker and it could just be like classic 12 post, but we didn't see any green, so classic 12 post is out. I mean, you definitely want Magus. These are the cards that I want. This is often the cards I want. I heard Evan saying the other day, like, just Meltdown was my favorite card in the other sideboard, and just like now Stony Silence is my favorite card in this deck sideboard. It's like, just anything that kills artifacts seems to be the best thing right now. And it happens over and over again. Can I shave Pashalik Mons out? Or do I just shave another Ringleader? I think Pashalik Mons doesn't have a lot of its value here. And I think Lackey has a ton of its value here. I mean, this is a turn 2... This is a turn 2 Magus with a basic forest. So, like, I think you keep this. Gleamer Post. They just really needed 1 life. They were like, Radiant Fountain is a little bit excessive. I think 1 life is enough. And because I want Wizards to know that their design decisions with Fire Design are just pushing the envelope too far, I'm going to stick with Glimmer Post, because that's weaker. Look at that. Now it's even more life. Their hand sucks. I don't know why you would ever keep a double Glimmer Post, none of the other one, but this is a shit hand from them. Okay, is there a way to get Magus? No. I assume this is a Dismember over there. If this is Dismember, do I have a way to play around it? Like, ever? No, right? I mean... I could play a Narcomancer plus Hierarch, and then the really good Locust comes into play tapped anyway. So, like, max they can make 4 mana next turn with an Ancient Tomb, which is not scary. It's like maybe I am just supposed to a Narcomancer Hierarch instead of Magus. I think that's right, actually. As dumb as that sounds. I guess they could Karn off of 4 mana. Okay, they Thought Not Seer and they take my Magus. Oh, fuck, they wouldn't have even been able to cast it. But they can't leave me with Muxus. So they're just going to have a 4/4. Muxus. Alright. I guess I'm going to thin the deck. And doesn't matter. That was, I mean, it looks like a mistake because like they played Thought Not Seer. I didn't expect them to be on Thought Not Seer, to be honest. Last time I played against 12 Post, I don't even think Thought Not Seer existed. So there's that. Can I play everything here? No, but I don't think I need to play Lackey. And we attack them for 5. Our board is bigger than Thought Not Seer. How crazy is that? This is such a good card. Like, did you ever think that your goblins would attack past the Thought Not Seer and they'd concede? Like, damn. That's like, that is some card that Thought Not, or that Ignoble Hierarch. People in Legacy, they just concede. They're done. They're not about playing against the Goblins deck. They're just like, fuck this. I can't win for whatever reason. I guess we're like Reanimator in that sense. People are just like, yeah, I didn't come prepared for this. Bye. So, okay, I'll take it. Because I play the same way against Reanimator. It's just like, yeah, I got nothing. This is a pretty solid one. I think I'm going to keep it. I think that was a bug. They want to play against real decks for all those Legacy tournaments they're testing for. I think you just throw back the Taiga here. Be strong against Wasteland. They just really need to queue up against Blue-Red Delver. That's it. They want to like get those reps in. Well, there goes our hero. Goblin Lackey dead. I'm gonna play Bloodstained Mire because if they do something stupid where I'm forced to fetch, I wanna... No, actually, the reason is then... Alright. Well, it looks like Bant Control. We beat Bant Control earlier today. I'm just gonna thin the deck. They play back to basics. I'm gonna play this Goblin Matron. We'll see if it gets countered. Does not. They're completely F6'd. We have Cavern of Souls, though, so, like, you know, do better than that. Next turn, we're going to play Foodchsin and probably not get Force of Willed based on what just happened there. Although maybe they're so good that they knew we couldn't kill them on turn 3 out of nowhere. Although you can. Are they dead? If they don't have Force of Will, I'm going to play around Daze. But this looks like a back-to-basics deck. I got to imagine they're leaning on that a little bit. If they counter this, we got to try again next turn. I guess I could have cast an uncounterable Muxus there, instead of doing what I just did. But Balenciaga and Boba. That's funny. Balenciaga and Boba. It's a good trip to the mall, I guess, for some people. Not into Boba, though. Those weird tapioca balls, they don't taste like anything. They're weirdly chewy, which is, like, cool, I guess, but... I don't know. They're, like... It's a little weird. Is this a Pyroblast deck? I mean, I have to imagine they're on just like Snapcasters and Monastery Mentors. So like, there's some argument to bringing in Surgical Extraction, but Pyroblast didn't look fantastic. I just imagine it's probably back to basics, right? So I don't think you want Pithing Needle. I don't think Teferi, if they play it, is like that big a deal. Oh, it's probably Standstill too. But no way around that. Like maybe Mindbreak Trap, but probably not. So Fury kills Monastery Mentor, which they look like they're into playing early Monastery Mentors, so I'm down to let that continue to happen. But I think Lackey is still probably good in this matchup for this reason. I think that they don't have a lot of creatures. They just have Snapcaster and Monastery Mentor. So you're probably going to be okay to get in with Lackey some amount of the time. Unless they have removal, but, you know, it is what it is. Maybe I should have boarded out one of my Furies, because, like, 2 Furies is maybe a little overkill, but I'll take it with this hand. So we'll get a basic Mountain. Play this Lackey. They'll probably Swords our Lackey, or Daze us. A Brainstorm, looking for Daze. Pick up their basic island, I'm assuming. No, Resolves. Instant Speed Brainstorm is supposedly one of the worst plays you can make in Legacy. How do you feel about that? And if you've ever resolved it, you understand why people say that. It is real bad. Swords it, swords it, swords it. Nothing? Just gonna Snapcaster Mage it? Called it. There's no way around that, other than a second Ignoble, but whatever. We'll trade a Lackey with a Snapcaster and have Food Chain. We know they don't have removal now. If we resolve back to basics, so I think we win? I think that even cements it. Oh, I guess we don't just win, but, like, probably. Like, I can Ancient Tomb to get Food Chain into play, make Infinite Mana to get Fury and a Narcomancer both into play, like, just straight up. And, like, the chance that, I don't know, chance that that's not good enough. Well, if that's not good enough, that's not good enough, but it's the best I can do with this hand no matter what, so let's do it. Do I even need to... Do I even need... Yeah, I do need to play the Ancient Tomb. And I believe I also am going to need to exile this Ignoble. Ooh, they force it. Okay. That's probably actually fine. I mean... We were thinking about not playing all that stuff I said, but we decided to play it instead. But we have plenty of draws that get us there, even from this position. We're going to play a Narcomancer and play out a Taiga next turn and not tap the Taiga. Ooh. I think we still do what I said. Maybe we don't. No, we still do what I said. It's like ramping to play out the hierarch, but I don't think that's necessary. They're really spinning their wheels looking for a monastery mentor, and little do they know, have the Fury, a hardcast Fury most likely. Ooh, back to basics. How do you feel about dying? Does it scare you as much as it scares the rest of us? Get exiled, back to basics. They gotta force this if they have it, right? Like, you don't play your Blood Moon and then just let it get killed. All right. If they have another back to basics, they got me. Meaning they effectively wastelanded the taiga. Oh, they had a terminus on top. Oh, that's very not good for me. That means all I've got is this Fury, which if they don't have another back to basics, I can hardcast. We'll see if I get there. They should reprint back to basics, and it should be a companion. And it should say, you can only play this if you have no basic lands in your deck, so that they can't play fetch lands. Or no non-basics in your deck. Don't worry. Wizards hasn't hired me yet, but when I get there, I'll make sure that that happens. Imagine, actually, though, how much cooler Lurrus would be if instead of whatever the fuck is printed on him, it said, you can't have non-basics in your deck. I think I'm just supposed to pitch cast this to kill Jace, and then play Squee. This is such a sick combo. This is like one of my favorite things about the deck. They could force. Whoops. I almost didn't put Squee in. Now they can bounce it with Jace, and then I can't replay it. But they've had the force at every step of the way, and it's weird because in game one they had none. So you were like, maybe they're force light, and maybe game one they are. But not sure whose creature is better, actually. Let's find out. Brainstorm? Their creature's better. It's Hydroblast, apparently. I think I just lose. And I can't come back from this. Not against Jace. I will confirm that I couldn't come back from it. I guess I could have theoretically pitch cast Fury when I'm at like 3 life, but... So, is there anything we saw that we want to bring in? Do I want to bring in Pithing Needle for Jace to just cut off one of their ways to win? Probably not. I don't think Fury is actually that good, but maybe Pithing... Maybe you hedge on WinCon's Fury and... Fury and Pithing Needle. Null Rod is not... Why is Null Rod even in? Why did I bring Null Rod in? Did they play Artifacts game 1? I think that was just a mistake. Yeah, I can't imagine actually wanting Null Rod. Oh, wait. Oh no, my Narcomancers are actually some of the best cards I could have. Well, this is a keep. I think I definitely should have left a Narcomancers in, because against Back to Basics, you can actually just like make your stuff cheaper instead of. All right, Lackey's connecting. Lackey's connecting for 2. Should I put in Master Vandal? Those are decent draws. Assuming I get to connect again, and I am assuming I get to connect again. Putting in even just Sling Gang Lieutenant. Probably good enough. There you go. People just concede. Oh wait, I have to use the bathroom again because I've been drinking so much goddamn water. I'm gonna run a minute of ads. I think that stops like 15 minutes of pre-rolls, which I'm pretty sure are back on. I will be right back. We're back, and with perfect timing. Goblin Lackey is a good card, but the Goblin Lackey himself, the streamer extraordinaire, he was saying that this was a decent deck to just like grind leagues with, because it's pretty quick and, you know, combo is good. And he's right. Like, we're just churning through these leagues quickly. I think this hand is doo-doo garbage. I don't think I want to keep this hand, especially on the draw. Now this hand, I can keep. I guess I'm supposed to throw back Badlands? Because you need something to pitch to Fury, and you need something to put in play with Goblin Lackey, which is the reason you're pitching Fury, ostensibly. Although, if it's Elves, looks like Elves, we might, like, completely wreck them. A Narcomancer will be a good play. It could be not Elves, and it could be Depths again. So I think I want to fetch a Mountain here instead of anything else. And I'm not going to kill Dryad Arbor. I kind of want to see what they play. Like, yeah, I can Force of Will a land, basically, but I don't think, like, let's say I'm a blue deck, and I could have Force of Willed that Green Sun Zenith for 0, which can only basically be getting this. I don't think I ever would. How long is the list of things that you can Green Sun Zenith for 0? It's just one, right? Because the kobolds are not green. I actually don't know if you need to get green creatures with Green Sun Zenith. I think you do. Search your library for a green creature, yeah. I think it's just Dryad Arbor. It's a little bit ridiculous that there's no, like, Memnite Saproling, so it is Elves, so that's good. And now I can definitely connect if I want. I kind of want to kill Dryad Arbor, but like just because it's their only land. But like maybe I just like put Pashlik Mons into play after killing both Nettle Sentinels. Because like, what are the chances that Heritage Druid is not in their hand? Almost zero. No, you can't. 1, 2. No, you can't. How do I kill everything? This does 4 damage. Oh, if they... Wait, if I could put in a Narcomancer. Alright. And cast... Oh. I was gonna pitch it. Do I keep... Well, what do I... Oh, I pitch. Pashlik Mons is good, but Matron is anything I want. But I have to connect again. If I'm putting in a Narcomancer and not Matron, I can't even play Pashlik Mons if I don't connect next turn. Oh no, I could. I think I'm supposed to pitch Pashlik Mons. I'm not sure. Just because Matron, I can play it, I can fetch more Crater Makers, and how do they beat that? Although, nah, let's pitch Matron. A hallmark of my Legacy turns these days is that they take about 20 minutes to figure out what the fuck is going on, but then I do it very quickly, and often fuck up while doing it quickly. I think it's correct when they don't play a second land to kill Dryad Arbor. I think I'm just supposed to swing, although I'm not sure. Can I... You know what? I'm not going to swing with the Lackey. I think, number one, I can get a better... I have a better Pashlik Mons trigger in the future, probably, than just hitting their face. And, there's a chance that I get, like, I don't know, something that allows me to force it through. Is the music loud enough tonight? It's a little bit low. I love this song, so every time this song comes on, I want to turn it up for myself. And my way. And they very clearly weren't blocking. Oh, is this is the streamer, Julian? Oof. Guy's Cradle is good. Now I believe I attack with Lackey, because I think killing Allosaurus Shepherd with... I think killing Allosaurus Shepherd with the Pashlik Mons trigger is worth it. Maybe they have another one. If I get Ancient Tomb? Yeah, that's true. No blocks. You may live to regret that one. They could still kill us, by the way. It ain't over. I can play War Chief. I can also play Matron. I think I'm supposed to play Matron. Nah. I can't actually play... Yeah. I think I'm supposed to play War Chief because if I draw a land, I can then play Sling Gang Lieutenant, which may be a big deal. But we could still die right here. I think Heritage Druid into like any number of things kills us. This is why some people play Skirk Prospectors over Lackeys, but it should be noted we would not have gotten Luxus into play without the Lackey. But, you know, you usually just end the game on the spot with a Muxus, but sometimes you don't. All right, so was there something I could have gotten with Matron? No, there wasn't. All right, I don't know what they were looking at. Did they mess up? Or they were just doing math, I bet, and then just confirming by casting that, yeah. Pithing Needle seems good. We're gonna do the same plan we've been doing. Bring in 2 Magus, Pithing Needle, Mind Break Trap. And then we will shave on a Ringleader. Well, no, Lackey was connecting a lot. How's it going, Bob? Good to see you. I guess you can. You probably don't want to shave a Muxus. Probably shave a second Ringleader actually. Pashlik Mons is good in this matchup. Maybe you can shave a War Chief. You know what? I think you shave an Anarchomancer, or maybe 2. Because again, you gotta be kind of fast, and a Narcomancer is not faster than Lackey. Now, Lackey's unlikely to connect, but we've made it happen a bunch of times against Elves tonight. So, we'll see. But Julian is a good Elves player, so. And even more importantly, he's a good person. He's always so happy. It's like one of the most wholesome streamers out there. I wonder when he'll make an OnlyFans. Sorry, that was only funny to me. I was talking about him being a good person, and then I made a joke only a bad person would make. This hand is garbage. This hand is good. You get a Taiga with this. You can turn to Matron, but you can always pitch Fury. Pashlik Mons is maybe just gonna... We can't actually cast the Ringleader. Well, no, we can. We can actually turn to Ringleader. So maybe you just pitch Matron. I think the reason you might keep Matron is so that you can, like, find Sling Gang, but then, like, you don't have good options to pitch with Fury, and Ringleader promises to, like, give you multiple things to pitch to Fury. So I do think you throw back Matron. What do they got? Julian Jordan. I wonder if that's his name, if that's what the 2-3 is. For those who don't know, 23 is Michael Jordan's number. So 23s sometimes are a reference to that. I doubt he was born in 1923. But maybe he's a vampire, and that's why he has such a positive disposition. And he was born in 1623 or something like that. I'm glad. I felt bad taking like 10 minutes to figure out, obviously not 10, to figure out my first turn. But like we both kept, and then he tanked for like 2 minutes figuring out which land he was gonna play, you know what I mean? So like, I guess that's just legacy. In Modern, you'll get the dot. They'll give you the dot. Like, why aren't you playing faster? What's, like, don't we just flip the coin and we see who wins? Most of the time. But sometimes I like to talk to chat. Sometimes I like to bring up 5th edition Sylvan Library to show why Pithing Needle makes me mad every time I see a Sylvan Library with it in my hand. How far do you have to go back? It's only actually the 5th edition printing, by the way. It looks like that has that 0. That's very strange, because this card is older than that. This card is from 4th edition. So what happened in the rules that 5th edition added that 0? I wonder. Mindbreak Trap, not actually the worst, especially since we drew it afterwards. After the Thoughtseize. But him Thoughtseizing us and seeing a Fury is like obviously some of the best information he could possibly have. And we were correct in keeping Ringleader over Matron, I believe, because he would not have taken Matron there. I don't think I can reasonably cast this pitch. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna do this. Because Pashlik Mons actually, if I untap with it, it kills this heritage. Oh, well maybe, wait, maybe Pashlik Mons is enough based on what I just said? But they can't do anything crazy because I have Mindbreak Trap, right? So like, when they cast their payoff spell, I just Mindbreak Trap. This is really greedy, but I don't want to pitch Fury to Fury. Especially when if I draw a land, I just cast Fury. If I didn't have Mindbreak Trap, I don't know if I'm safe. I'm gonna pass, but safe is not what I would call it. There's definitely draws that beat what I have. I just don't think that there's a lot of them. There's spell 1. Here comes spell 2. And now this, okay, this is just, they're just grabbing Visionary and they're gonna pick it up. Do I? Oh, they're not even gonna pick it up now. Ooh. That's, pretty good for us. I will pay 4 life. I would like to kill all of your creatures. Do you have a response? Untap a creature? That's fine. Oh wait, where'd the other one go? So they're gonna be able to draw a card. They might... No, they can't just fucking kill us. They would have killed us there if they could have killed us. So we have a 4/4 double striking attacker next turn. I feel good about this as well, Norjask. But you should remember that we're only at 13, so very piddly Craterhoof Behemoths can kill us. Like, a Heritage Druid plus a Craterhoof Behemoth are bad news. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can't play Matron. I think I'm just gonna hard cast the second Fury though. Even though I warned you that very piddly things could kill us, and the same is even more true at 4 less life. Like one Progenitus swing kills us now, which is like kind of bad. What are they gonna do? Is that just correct, or is there something that they can cast here? I'm actually like on pins and needles trying to figure it out. Like, what's this green mana for? So we hit them for 8 instead of attacking. Well, yeah, we hit them for 8. I want to get Exalted Double Strike. I want to do it. Oh, they're gonna Abrupt Decay something? I don't know if Abrupt Decay... Oh, they're... I mean, I am the one playing Blood Moon, so maybe I should get Forest. But we'll hit them for 3. That means we don't have lethal next turn, right? Because we only hit them for 8. So that was well played by them. Oh, well, now we hit them for 8. that was maybe not well played. Although now they have the blocker, which we can take out by sacking Ignoble Hierarch. So it does turn on Gaia's Cradle. That's why they did it. Unclear if that's enough. Yeah, we know they have the Visionary. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So if we draw a land, we can actually activate Pashlik Mons twice. And that will like definitely kill through Visionary and Arbor, but they could obviously play more than that. We would probably still do that either way. Go down to 5. Unless there's something with Matron that we can get. Like, at 4 mana. Oh yeah, Sling-Gang Lieutenant just kills them? 1, 2. Yeah, Sling-Gang Lieutenant just kills them. Like, we don't even have to go around attackers to do that. And, Matron plus... Matron plus Sling-Gang costs 7 mana, which we have. So short of them gaining some amount of life, they're dead. I can Mindbreak Trap this? I don't know, why not? Does this change anything? I mean, it means I don't have to go down to such low life total. I have a million ways to kill them, is what it means. But we'll do it this way, because it's neat. Pashlik Mons showing their worth here. Another 4-1. 2 4-1s on the day. We're gonna go again. Damn, it feels good to be playing a deck that is not so poorly positioned in your format that you can't do anything but 2-3 and and lose all your money. What are treasure chests at right now? Because we have a ton of play points. Why do I have so many play? Oh, because you get 50 when you... Yeah, okay. What are treasure chests at right now? We are going to go again. Taking like a short break. In fact, I'm going to run ads at some point, but first I'm going to check what treasure chests are at. Because it's fucking pre-rolls. Fucking pre-rolls. Treasure chest booster. Treasure chests are at 256. I mean, what are the chances they go back up? Or do I... If I wasn't saving for Wastelands, so I could play like regular goblins, I think I might just open the chests. But I have to generate tickets, so I don't have to put my credit card in. So I think I'm just gonna sell these because it maybe treasure chests usually even out around like 230. Now Ragavan is like really hard to find right now. Maybe Wizards will like up the chance that it's in treasure chests and people will start buying treasure chests and the price goes up. I don't really know, but I'm gonna sell these. Actually, why would I sell them right now? Let's just go back in. I'll sell them later, but I am probably gonna sell these. So I'm gonna be searching for an opponent and I'm gonna run some pre-roll ads. I'm gonna cut this Gatorade with some water so it's not so sweet. And you should get some water too, because I'm not gonna be here anyway. So I'll be right back. Got 10 more seconds before these ads finish. I wonder if this is a keep. Basic Mountain into Lackey, into Lackey. And get to drop Ringleader. They need 2 pieces of removal. I don't know. It doesn't look like the strongest hand, but I think you play the deck to keep hands like this. So it's definitely not a food chain hand, but it is a goblin hand. I'm not making seltzer today. Ooh, we got a Force of Will out of their hand. So this is Blue-Red Delver, it looks like. Probably Jeskai Delver based on that fetch land. But them Force of Willing a Lackey is interesting. I'll put it that way. I guess I was daring them to do it again. Will I block? After a brainstorm, am I more likely to block? Assuming they play a fetch land. Their attack means nothing, by the way. It's a free roll for them to attack. There's nothing they could get off my deck that kills Lackey. If they have a Bolt, we know they don't have Daze, we know they don't have another Force of Will. They have 5 cards in hand, though. They just brainstormed. I can't cast anything in my hand if this Lackey dies. So how can I, in good faith, kill it myself? Am I more likely to win the game? Like, I assume they just have land 1/1. So you know what? It's going to be land Dragon Rage, land Delver, whatever it is. So I wasn't getting through with my Lackey. That's why I blocked. There you go. Land. Had it. The whole time. The whole time I had it. Do I play War Chief so that I can play Ringleader next turn? Or do I play Squee so that I can block real good? I actually don't think blocking is the way to win the Delver matchup because they have Murktides. And I lost a game to Delver when we were both at 1 life today because I tried to block, and they played an 8/8 Murktide after I slowly took them down with some shitty 2/2s or something. But you can't block a Murktide. They have creature, land, instant in their graveyard. 3 types. Here comes 4. What is double blue? Is that just a mistake? No, it's Murktide. Remember I said you can't block Murktide, so there's no reason to just hang back here? I was right. I guess you want to, like, be able to play anything that you find off this. So you leave the Cavern up. Those are good cards. Will they win us the game? Perhaps not. But they're good cards. Man, no matrons. I could have cast a matron, right? No, I couldn't have cast a matron. I could cast something that costs 2 mana. Whoops. Alright, so if they don't have removal, and it doesn't look like they have removal based on how they've played it, but, you know, you can always draw it. If they find removal, based on this Ponder, they put a card on top, which isn't good news for us. If they have removal, we're in a little bit of trouble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana next turn. if the War Chief survives, we can play a Muxus that we draw. A Foodchsin would win us the game if they don't have Force of Will. I wonder if they even attack here. Based on how they've played it so far, they don't have removal. Puts True Name Nemesis into their graveyard. This is the ugliest True Name Nemesis that exists. It's like bad comic book art. It's not even good comic book art. The original True Name Nemesis is better. And it's not even good, but it's better. Now pull it up. True Name Nemesis. The proportions are weird on True Name Nemesis, and this is like good comic book art. Can I zoom in more? Yeah. Like, this guy looks like he's a Star Trek character. Doesn't look like a merfolk. I mean, this is a free roll, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. This costs 3. This costs 3. So we can't play both. This costs 2, this costs 3. We can play both. Is that worth it? I think so. So I'm gonna play Ignoble because it's free, because they all have haste. Make black, red, red. Make red, red. We're gonna attack with everybody but Sling Gang. Into Mancer, Ringleader, Noble. I think this is just actual lethal though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Bam. Some people I didn't do any math. I was just like, that looks like this many goblins. It looks about this wide. That's probably more than 7 damage. Both on the attack and the and the sacking. You obviously bring in the Pyroblasts. The Furies are good. The Lackeys are way less likely to connect in this matchup. I think you can take out 2 of them. Although they were pretty good there at blocking, I will be honest there. Yeah, you know what? You probably don't want too many ringleaders. You just want to tax them. They don't have 3/3s, they have a bunch of 1/1s. Lackey's better than Chiefs here. That's interesting. You might be right about that. I often like to board out Chieftain. The question is, I know some nuts bring in ley lines and surgicals against aggro decks, but that just seems so wrong. Like, you could theoretically surgical away Delirium, but I don't think that's a game that you're really trying to play. They might have Grafdigger's Cage, and I'm supposed to have brought in Masked Vandal as well, but... Weezo Mystic! This looks pretty keepable. You get up to Hardcast Fury pretty quickly. I don't know. I don't think it's a game you want to play. If I get dazed here, I'm probably just gonna pitch cast Fury. But we didn't get dazed. I'm not sure. Like, so the thing is, in matchups where like, oh yeah, I can make their creature bad or whatever, when you top deck those cards and it's not a removal spell instead, you usually just die to that. One more turn and I can hard cast Fury, so I'm not going to pitch cast it here. I think I cast Warchief, because then I can like also cast Muxus sooner. Although Ignoble makes the same amount of mana. Yeah, and maybe they'll kill my Ignoble. My clock is just as fast as yours, Senor Delver. Your go. Oh no, well, I'll keep Brainstorm. Why was I talking shit about his clock? So these Delvers are going to flip, and we're going to untap, and we're going to attempt to Fury them. And we will be playing around Daze with our Fury, because we cast Ignoble. A Braid entered the revealed card zone. That's so good against my Fury. That's not good. I'm still gonna... Oh, maybe I just hardcast Muxus instead? No, because if they don't have Force of Will... Like, I don't care if they Braid Fury, right? Now, they could just have a whole bunch of bolts. I think I'm supposed to just put Lackey into play instead of hitting them for 2. What could this be? They're just gonna braid this Fury, right? They're just doing it at the worst possible time? Yeah. Because hitting them for 2 isn't important, but getting an uncounterable Muxus seems pretty good. Still only 3 card types for the Dragon's Rage Channeler, but all they need is a sorcery, so Ponder would do it. And I bet they probably want to cast Ponder anyway. Don't you? Land, crack, fetch, Ponder. No? Oh, it's Murktide Regent? Okay, so Murktide Regent means I'm casting Muxus. That's what that means. They have lethal if they get Delirium, even if I don't tap this Ancient Tome, so guess who's tapping an Ancient Tome at 9 life against a 7 power worth of creatures over there? That's me. That ain't enough, is it? I believe if they get Delirium, we're dead. If they get Delirium, we're dead. And I think I just have to pass. Like, if I attack, they block. If I do 2 attacks, doesn't do shit. So we're just gonna pass and try to dodge Bolt and Delirium. They have creature land, so probably one Ponder will do it. Oof. Is this game 1? I don't even remember. No, we're up a game, right? Yeah. Well, that did it. That did it. We'll go again. That was a big oof, though. I think we do need a Sting Scourger in this deck to deal with Murktides. I don't know what you cut for it, because I don't think it's Pashlik. Maybe it's one in Narcomancer. Because, like, that Muxus there was nothing it could have hit short of Sling Gang that got us out of it. And, like, you know, maybe hitting Sting Scourger there is, you know, just cool. I don't think you keep this hand against a Force of Will deck. Like, turn 2 Foodchsin that also gets fucked by Wasteland. Yeah. I mean, theoretically, Foodchsin wins you the game, but because you have 2 Matrons, so you can get Squee and... But... Yeah, I just don't think so. I think there are better hands than this. No, I'm not even saying... I don't think we take out Pashlik. I just think that you just need... Sometimes... Alright, this is a good hand. I mean... Is this really a good hand? No, but... I have a sideboard card in it, and Fury seems good, so... But they're just gonna play Monkey, and my hand does nothing. Because I can't pitch cast for fucking 1 Monkey. I'm not gonna disrespect myself like that. I think we can wait. We might have to use the Pyroblast to protect pitch casting Fury. I got something in my teeth. The Blind Flip Delver Fluster Storm. Fuck. Well, that counters our Pyroblast, doesn't it, dude? I think we're dead. I actually think we're already dead. Why they would have Flusterstorm, I have no fucking idea. But that is not good for us. I don't even understand. It makes no sense why you would leave Flusterstorm in against the entirely... Like, there comes a point where I can literally only make creature mana on my turn. Like... Is it just to protect Murktide Regent? Because that's what this is saved for. Well, if we draw land Foodchsin, we're okay. I could have killed Delver there. Maybe I should have, while they were tapped out of blue mana. Okay, so we have 3 lands. I think I have to cast Matron. I don't think you can, like, just continue to sit around. Obviously I can't Pyroblast, but... Saving it for Murktides anyway. Now drawing a Foodchsin. I can get Squee to pitch Fury, but I think that's silly. A resolved Foodchsin would win if I got Squee, but I think the chance of us resolving Foodchsin without another land is low. So I think I am supposed to get Crater Maker here. It's just a 3-mana kill spell, but we have 3 mana, so. They're gonna bolt my face? I'm just dead, right? Maybe I'm supposed to have pitch cast this Fury a long time ago instead of just holding it. Or are they just trying not to waste mana? I mean, the chance of them not finding a bolt or something like that is low, but I've actually just sat here and cast none of the spells in my hand, which can't have been right. Right? I think that turn where I was supposed to cast yeah, that turn where I was supposed to cast the Pyroblast to take out the Delver, that was poorly played by me. I don't even know. I was just... Oh, no. I was trying to play around Flusterstorm. No, but then they tapped out of blue, yeah. I don't know, that was strange, but I got wrecked there. But I kind of just sat there and did nothing. I went too fast through many of my turns. I'll keep this and throw back Taiga. I don't know why I was just sitting there. I guess I was waiting for them to play another thing, but I knew the Delver would kill me eventually. But I had just, like, decided that they had Force in hand, and I needed to somehow be able to... Yeah, if I Fury, and then they Force, and then I Pyroblast, they actually just Flusterstorm me. So there was no way for me to resolve Fury, and I was assuming that. But I should have tested it on some turn where I had, you know, a healthy enough life total to continue. But I played it kind of poorly. Should have thought longer and harder. You actually get up to casting Fury very quickly in this hand, because next turn we're going to probably swing for 1 and cast the Narcomancer, and then the very next turn you're hard casting Fury. This looks like Bant Control based on that play. Let's swing for 1. Grab our mountains. Band Control I don't think plays Wasteland. They just play a ton of basics. So we'll know based on what they fetch here. Although they do play, like, you know, a couple drops probably. Yeah. Looks like Band Control. So this might be this might be an Ice Fang Coatl, so I'm gonna cast this first to save our Narcomancer, probably. Although, do I really need the... I don't think I do, but... It's an instant speed brainstorm. Why would you do that to yourself? I'm gonna turn off my air conditioner. I'm actually cold. Ah, that's why they do it. That means I can't cast Fury yet. Kinda sucks. I still want to draw this Crater Maker, right? So, like... So I'm not going to kill it. I'm not going to kill any of this. I think I still do want to draw all this stuff. That is something you can do. Pretty... Alright, we can hardcast Fury next turn. Can't make it uncounterable. Is this a Jace? I thought about naming Elemental with the Cavern, because I thought that, you know, it would be useful. But Brainstorm, I think, maybe they think I have a Muxus stuck in my hand. Because, like, you would do that against Muxus stuck in a person's hand. Because me casting nothing last turn is, like, pretty telling. We'll just grab a Taiga. Elemental Incarnation of Fury. Go! Attack Jace. For 4. Well done. They're just like, oh! Why? Why? So they don't have force. You definitely force that. I think I just attacked them for 6. Like, do I care about Teferi? Three-turn clock. Teferi could bounce me at any point, though, so I guess you just do have to kill Teferi. Because you can't get there. So, might as well. Although when they bounce you with Teferi, yeah, there you go. Put Foodchsin into play. Or maybe they just knew that they couldn't lose. So they let me kill Jace. But I think it's pretty obvious they don't have counters. I wonder if they use Swords to Plowshares. So they found that. I wonder if they use Swords to Plowshares if I attack them instead of Teferi. Like an interesting question. But the fact that they plussed instead of minused showed that they had something, right? Because like you would minus it just so you can draw the card. So I think I have to do what I did. But I've won games from this position before. Ice Fang Quaddle looking for Force of Negation that they can't cast. I guess they're looking for blue card plus, but I mean, they probably have another blue card in hand, right? So they're just looking for force. I guess that was the end. Yeah, that was the end. All right, let's go to 610 Austin Music Hall. Hey, Cassidy on both nights? They do. Oh, Virginia. Take 1. What else do you got? Because I am apparently nothing else, but what is this? Prismatic ending my Foodchsin. Strange order to do things in, but I'll take it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. Uncounterable Muxus, please. Is this good? Does this resolve? I think this might resolve. Yeah, that resolves. Those are some good hits. Those are some good hits. Gotta pass the turn, though. You have Terminus? Apparently not. If they had Terminus, I don't think that they would be casting this. Oh no, they just had it on top? Wait a second, did they stack their deck? Wow. I gotta ask. How much do I sacrifice? Everything? It wasn't. I asked them. Well, I guess I have to wait for them to cast it, don't I? This is just the miracle trigger on the stack. They just got there. They cast Terminus. All right. Now. Am I supposed to kill the Ice Fang Quaddle? Probably. Let's just do that. From here, he's not exiled, is it? No. From here, we are gonna need probably another Muxus, but you know, a Matron will do, because that'll find it. I keep hitting F6, but I'm typing in the chat instead. One, your turn. Telling them, I wasn't asking if it was, if they stacked it because I was like salty. I wasn't sure if they made like a really, really good play with a stacked Brainstorm or Ponder, where they, you know, were holding a Terminus on top just in case. So this Goblin Lackey is probably not getting through Endurance. They also Enduranced us? They Endurance us? Yeah, I mean, they still have a graveyard. I guess because they had Uro, so makes sense. If you ever watched Anzid MTG play, he like loops through his deck multiple times with this control deck, and he uses Uro to exile like the shit cards from his graveyard, just puts all the good cards back in with Endurance and goes again, and like can win the longest games like that. I think I'm gonna hold I'm gonna hold this Cavern. I don't know why. I just think I'm gonna hold the Cavern. We're dead real soon, but, you know, Muxus can still get you there. Thing I ask, just one thing. And you Sugary. Alright, I believe we're dead. Yeah, they just fate sealed me? Yeah, they just fate sealed me. And put it on the bottom. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't have to tap Ancient Tomb if I don't want, but I could also put stuff that I get into play if I do tap the Ancient Tomb. Should have left it. Maybe we get there? I don't know. It's gotta have haste. And they gotta have... Bug. Scott Thoughtsie's bug. Apparently they bottomed a Muxus. And, I drew this one. They made this Muxus even better, and it's not even that good. Oh, wait, that's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. I just need to play blockers. I think there's like a higher chance. I think I can kill Teferi. Not that it matters. I think I'm just like not attacking. I think I'm just not attacking. Do I play Crater Maker or Hierarch though? I think Crater Maker, if I want to activate it and play Muxus, I'm gonna need to play Crater Maker now. Although no, because Hierarch would have given me 1 more mana. Alright, oh well. I guess I should have attacked, shouldn't I? And maybe I should have attacked them, down to 13. We know there's not another Muxus. I guess I shouldn't have let them keep Teferi. I have to block, right? Oh no, because I just gained a bunch of life? I'm just chaining together Muxuses over here? I'm just not blocking. I would be... I don't know if I'd be salty, but I would understand being salty. Red, 2. Get there, Muxus. Haste. Whoa. Okay. 4 of a kind. Does that do it? I don't even think it does. Because I didn't play Hierarch. Which, had I been paying attention, maybe I would have. But they... So they have to stop Lackey? Maybe I just play like multiple lackeys now? I should probably... I'm gonna get to get 4 cards. I think I should get Sling Gang. Muxus. Probably... War Chief. And... I guess another Lackey. So I can't play anything else to give it haste. I have a whole bunch of matrons to block. So we're gonna go to attacks. Yeah, that was a wild hit. I'll take it. So we attack them with this one. We have to hit Teferi. And I guess we hit Jace? Like, you can't kill Jace? I think this is dumb. This is like probably the absolute worst way to do this. They can instant speed Terminus because I don't kill Teferi. This was really dumb. A prismatic ending the Lackey though, which is like the only one I really needed to connect. And I'm assuming they don't have another Terminus because we know they top decked that other one. I'm playing this all wrong though. There were way better plays than this. I just didn't want to sit here and think about it. Another Endurance, unless they block the Crater Maker. Well, if they make the mistake of blocking the Ringleader, then we kill the Endurance with the Crater Maker. All right, so they don't make that mistake. We don't have to activate Crater Maker. And we'll just play. We want to definitely get the Lackey into play. And we want to get our Hierarch into play. We're probably blocking all three of these if they attack with all three. With Matrons, just because I want to be able to use Ancient Tomb. Although they may just be dead if they do that, and I block. Well, I have to block all three of them because I'll die. There you go. Forget I said anything. Yeah, so if they find a Terminus here, that's pretty bad for us. Because they can cast it at instant speed. Although, we have another Muxus, so maybe it's not that bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can even cast Muxus without tapping Ancient Tomb. Maybe that's what we're doing next turn, regardless. What did they just play that made that noise? Misty. Sometimes things make way different noises than usual. I don't know what causes that. What are they exiling? They're exiling Muxus, which gives me a ton of life. Also means they don't have a Brainstorm. Or a Terminus, I don't think. Just are letting me untap. Well, I have another Muxus. And enough life to play Muxus plus Warchief. So I guess I do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not enough to kill them because they've gained life with Uro. Let's go red. Red 2. And then stuff like that. Play Muxus. Fill up our hand. The Narcomancer. Crater Maker. So we have a Narcomancer in play. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana to tap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 goblins in play. So not quite enough to Not quite enough. Just have 2 mana. This costs 3. But I think I have to, like, attack with at least Muxus. Oh, they should not have let me know that they have that. Oh, because they did have a Terminus. Oh, fuck. It means if I played this Sling Gang Lieutenant, I'm, like, in way better shape. That one was brainstormed. We're in combat. I can't do anything. I think we might lose. I mean, okay, this is a lot of cards. I should probably order them. The cards on the click each card to move all cards at once. I just want to. I want to definitely draw Muxus first is the only thing that matters. And off of that Muxus, I'd like to hit Ringleader, War Chief, Ringleader, Matron, whatever. At this point, it doesn't matter. Assuming I don't shuffle before then, but... This is a long game. I gotta start playing a little faster. Glad the little Sulphur Springs Goblin's become the little mascot. No, I kinda just forgot to take him off, but... He's nice. Canister was chilling with him the other day, if you watch his stream. But he has a green screen, so he was in the hot tub with him. So they have a Jace. It's like... They have Jace and Teferi, but, you know, our spells are uncounterable, so... He doesn't say anything. Sorry, I'm getting a message and I can't really even afford to be doing it based on my clock. Foodchsin Sling Gang is a combo if you have Squee. So let's see if we can get them to counter something first. They look like they're thinking about it. They're just gonna straight up Force of Will this? If I play this, I still have green 1/2. Well, okay. So if I play this and it resolves, I can cast Foodchsin. Aw, man. I figure if you counter the first one, you counter the second one. Do I think that guy has legitimate insight? Canister or this thing? I thought you were talking about the Sulphur Springs Goblin. Canister, yes, he does have legitimate insight. He's very good at the game. Goblin, no. Ugh. I really just assumed that they wouldn't have it. I can't... Man... That sucks. I mean, I'm gonna have Squee. I guess I'm gonna have Squee and Sling Gang Lieutenant just for value next turn. So, like, there's that. But they are brainstorming every turn until I kill this Jace, which, it's proving very difficult. We have 19 cards left. I love this song. Why are they playing it 2 nights in a row, though? Okay, so there's an Uro into Uro, I assume. but we don't die to Uro because we have Slingang. And Squee, but it means we can't attack Jace, which sucks. And we can't outpace the Uro. We can find another Muxus. So I'm just gonna play really fast. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play really, really, really fast because we need to use our draw steps to find a Jace, which is gonna prove difficult. When they have use our draw steps to find a Muxus. I think I said Jace, but so they bounced my Squee at the cost of a Teferi. I wonder if they'll play another Teferi. Ah, Sylvan Library. Good choice. So let's actually get Squee into play first. Oh, well, we're gonna use that green mana to cast our Slingang. We could grab a land out of the deck, but I think I'm just gonna cast this, just get it into play. You can actually like a million block the Uro, but I would just block and sack. If they don't draw 4, I don't know what they're doing. I guess they're looking for more endurances here. Do you never lose if you can keep... No, they'd have to find a way to sack endurances. I think this is just game 2, right? Maybe it's game 3 or game 1, I don't even know. Don't even remember. But it doesn't say we're up or down a game, does it? So... who knows? I would love to be able to F6, but I cannot. The tracker says we're even. I don't know if it shows if we both won and lost the game, but I think this is just game 1. But I'm not sure. Endurance targeting them, right? Yeah. I can just check my sideboard though. It is game 1. It's game 1 and we're both down to 10 minutes on the clock. Whoever wins this basically wins it all. It's looking like it's them, to be honest. But my wins are kind of fast, right? So like, I can afford to keep playing. I can probably just yield until my next end step because I don't care about like the 1 life maybe that they might sneak out of me by like swords to plowsharing my Slingang. Although if they attack here, I should... Alright, so we're gonna sack Squee. We're gonna cast him again. Red, red. We're gonna do it again. Whoops, I meant to cast Squee. I don't know, that was just like autopilot weirdness. Red, red. That's just for us gaining life, that's not to take, because they can attack with Uro if they need to. They shuffled a bunch of Terminuses back in. They have a lot of real good draws. Just gonna yield through their whole turn. So they can't race us with Ice Fangs because of what we've got. Force of Will. Brainstorm. I think they should just be ticking up Jace. Am I wrong? This is... You don't even know who this is. It says Nissa Worldwaker. It is not Nissa Worldwaker. This is the realest, OGest avatar that exists because it's the realest magic art that exists. Or at least the realest magic character that exists that has ever been drawn. And I know you don't know who it is because you'd never be talking trash if you did. They could like flash in we know they have Force of Will, right? We know they have Force of Will in their hand, so like we can't actually resolve this food chain, which sucks. So we're gonna... I don't know what we're gonna do, actually. I don't know how we get around them having Force of Will if we ever want to resolve a food chain. It is infinite if we do resolve... Oh, are they just dead if I attack with everybody? Well, definitely not then. It was close, though. 2, 3, 4. They would have just taken 2 extra, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 them. Not quite. Oh, and I just okayed through it, so I couldn't sack Squee. Oh man. I should still have Squee here. That's upsetting. Because I F6'd. Thought I F2'd though, which is supposed to be pass until response. But they, all right, they would have had it either way. They would have been able to endurance me to get rid of my Squee. Which they would have done. I did allow them to shuffle their stuff back in, but I think I'm dead. Yeah. So they would have fate sealed this if it was good, and it wasn't. All right. Game 2. This deck, I could see bringing in ley lines and surgicals for. It is Glimmerband, but they're Bairns. But here, let me, even though, because sideboarding isn't that important, right? This Nissa, that is my profile picture, is Yolandi Visser. And if you don't know who Yolandi Visser is, well, then I can't help you. But she's part of the answer, the truth, the real truth. That's why it's my avatar, and that's why it's the OGest one that will ever exist. Is Surgical Extraction worth playing against Endurance Terminus loops? Probably, right? probably is. But then again, we should just be winning way before that if we can. Like, you take out Furies. Ringleader probably don't matter. Actually, Ringleader probably does matter. You take out and a Narcomancer. Oh, Crater Maker is bad. I might want Surgicals over Crater Maker, but then, yeah, I think you can nab Uros with Surgicals. Although, like, if they're gonna go through their deck again, Leyline is better than Surgical. So we'll do this. I have a chance to rethink it if I want. Like, I could bring in one Surgical over one Ringleader. I mean, we're looking really for a... Man, if any of those Muxuses that we had chained together had hit Pashlik Mons, we just win, by the way. But we didn't get there. What was I saying? I don't even remember. We don't have that much time. We're looking for lackey hands. That's what I was saying. Yeah, this isn't a lackey hand. This is a hand. This I'll keep. I mean, we gotta draw lands, but we have uncounterable stuff. And, I guess you throw back... You probably can't even resolve this food chain, but that's not a big deal. I think you throw back War Chief here. Maybe you throw back Matron. Nah, I think you throw back War Chief. You don't want them to know that you have a cavern. Well, I'll play this cavern instead of this Caracas, because I'd rather them not know I have Caracas. I think I'm supposed to get War Chief here. Because it makes mana and has haste to attack, that's why. We're assuming that their opening hand, because they kept 7, has Force of Wills and stuff. But it's possible they didn't. If they make some crazy play here that indicates somehow that they don't have Force of Will, I can play Food Chain and win. Wow. Well, that's pretty good. Did I expect that? Can't say I did. But I should have. I mean, I played against them earlier and I talked about it. So we have to top deck land Pyroblast. There's nothing I could have done about this. Like, other than playing Food Chain already. Probably having it Force of Willed. But if they do something like play Uro, we're probably just dead. Just a fairy. They're gonna bounce my girl. That doesn't do it. Discard Squee. You can play them from anywhere. We're probably dead though. Like, I'm gonna concede to an Uro. Like something that kills me. We gotta leave this in play. We gotta find Pyroblast. And we gotta hope they don't have Force Will, but we know they have Force Will. But, I mean, we have to do it anyway. Maybe we find a Lackey. In fact, I'm probably supposed to thin the deck, aren't I? And grab a Mountain. Uro? Oh, I think we're dead. I think we are dead. But I'm still gonna try. I think I'm dead. Yeah, we're dead. I tell him GG. That first game was really good. You can't really complain. That was one of the best games that you could ever imagine playing. And then maybe I should have thought longer about the keeps and the keep in the second game, because it was weak to back to basics, but it was nowhere on my radar. I figure if they play back to basics, it would be main deck, but I guess it's like a dead card versus burn and stuff, so and other back to basics decks, but they're the only one. Yeah, I guess you just lose the mirror, so you don't put that main. And unless you have like mirror breaking tech game 1, why bother? All right. Well, good games. Ito, that's who it was. I was gonna say TCG player, but that was the other person. Ito, they played a good Bant control, and they were a friendly opponent. I mean, it's uncounterable. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana without ignoble. Now you don't have great wasteland stats, but like, and if I have to fetch a mountain if I want to be able to cast Fury. So I'm gonna lead on Cavern. As opposed to basic. Even though it's weak to Wasteland. Is this another Bant opponent? And we have double Fury in hand? And we can cast Fury next turn. It's a pretty quick clock. But it does die to a Coatl flashed in, so not great. I guess it doesn't die because it has double strike. So I guess I get a mountain here, and we're just gonna cast Fury off of Ancient Tome. You gonna stifle me? No. Okay. I was really concerned for a second. Fury is a beater. You don't even have to target something. They exile it. I got another one. It's okay. I think I'm supposed to cast Muxus, though, instead. Ooh, that feedback. I think I just grab another basic and cast Muxus. Thin the deck a tiny bit. Uncounterable Muxus. What? Did I miss? Yeah, I missed. I actually just pulled down too much Counter-Strike. Red. Oh well. They only have back to basics game 2. We learned that. As far as hits go, that's pretty decent. I mean, I can stop them from killing my Muxus with a flashed-in Coatl, but I'm just gonna hard cast Fury next turn. If they Terminus us, they Terminus us. Like, okay, that is the the fear. But no Terminus. Because they swordsed us. They just had it. They wouldn't be doing that. They're gonna bounce Lackey? You foolish fool. You foolish fool. You're gonna take 3 for that. I think I'm gonna name Elemental. Red, 2, 3. Yeah. We kill a Waddle into Fairy. I mean, there's no way for them to do anything fancy, but I split it. Cast an uncounterable Lackey because there's no way I'm not casting it. Not playing Afraid of Terminus, and when I have 6 million mana, the only things worth playing after Terminus are like Muxus and shit anyway. The 1/1 is not going to be scary. Ponder, looking for Terminus. Probably looking for land and Brainstorm, actually. Given that they didn't play a land last turn. So here, I expect them to Brainstorm or something like that. I'm not what is this? Endurance? Okay. Oh, if I would have attacked with Exalted. Oh no, but I can still kill it. Alright, so they block the Lackey smartly. They take 6. I am gonna play the Anarchomancer now. I should be tapping my basic in case they are playing back to basics main. So here I can trade my Crater Maker for the Endurance. Well, I guess not. But they will be forced to chump if they don't have a swords. Yeah, nothing I could do here. But I'll have Exalted. Yeah, I'm gonna attack with Exalted and force the trade with Endurance. Not the trade. Force the chump. And then cast the Ringleader. Fill our hand back up. Pass the turn. Because now Terminus is like good, but do. I guess I'm gonna play out Lackey here, or Ringleader, excuse me. Because, like, why not? We find the Sling Gang Lieutenant, which will kill them pretty much on its own. They have to block the Fury or kill it somehow. They didn't set anything up, so could just be a Another endurance. Shark Typhoon for 2. Alright. They have to block here. They're gonna eat one of my ringleaders. Yeah, so it does it the same way either way. They take 2, go to 3. So this isn't uncounterable right now, and they're a control deck. And I just need to resolve it to win. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna cast anything. Here, like, you know, Uro, they need to do Uro plus Endurance or something. Or they need to set up a Brainstorm, but even Terminus doesn't do it. Because my Sling Gang will resolve. And I will have 3 Goblins in play. But they just fetched. So they didn't find it. But they probably have a way to draw it. You know what, let's just attack first. They're both lethal. Hull Breacher. Interesting. Hull Breacher and Shark Typhoon. So this is a way different build of the same deck, which is pretty cool. But they are dead. So there goes game 1 against Bant Control. Gonna bring in all our Pyroblasts again. They have a very different version. They're playing Shark Typhoons. And Hull Breachers. I didn't notice their mana base. Forgot to take note of it. You can't go back and look, right? I think we'll just like... You gotta be able to kill... Well, no, we don't have to kill Hull Breacher at all, do we? Fury was a good beater there, but I don't think it's good in general. I don't think it's what you're trying to do. Although it may be hard to get Lackey through against Shark Typhoons, but I don't know. I think this is going to be our last league. So what is that? 3 more games? 2 more matches? I guess you can keep this because you hopefully resolve a food chain. You force it through with a Red Elemental Blast, and you also just cast it on 3. So they're playing around Lackey. Good for them. I'm playing around back to basics. You tap the basic because it will untap. They pop. They don't even pop it. All right, good for them. I'm gonna attack. Yeah, let's just attack. I'll trade when they have an Engineer Explosives in play, based on my board. Oh man. Force of will. There it is. Now we got to draw land, like now, so that we can, there you go. Force of will. Okay. I mean, next turn we're gonna uncounterable Muxus them. 1, 2, 3, 4. We already have 5 mana. We could just draw a land and do it. The food chain didn't even matter. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could have killed the EE, but whatever. Muxus don't matter none. We can Muxus again. It just won't be uncounterable. This would make 7 mana, and this would make 5. So even if they counter this Muxus, we can just do it again. They said, well done. Thanks. Alright. I'm going to run a couple minutes of ads, use the bathroom, give myself a refresher. So I'll be right back. 2 minutes. And then we'll play these last 2 games. And I guess we'll raid somebody after that. But anyway, thank you for sticking around. Don't forget to follow if you like the stream.
Step the light to walk on. It's time you belong. Don't you run, no. Don't
All right, we're back. We're back, and we're hoping to close out this league 3-2. So we got 2 4-1s. 2 4-1s, and now we are unfortunately 1-2. But I mean, 4-1s propel you a lot further than 3-2s. So, and a lot further than 2-3s put you behind, to be honest. I mean, how could you not keep this hand? So, there's an argument to be made for turn 1 Hierarch, but I think you just turn 1 Lackey and turn 2 Hierarch plus Lackey, because we might be able to force them to like just start blocking with Mom instead of like protecting something else. Thalia is a little bit of an issue. Gonna be hard to get through with Thalia, but well, there's that. Do I just Lackey here? I think we just Lackey. And then next turn, we Caracas away at Thalia, even if they play a blocker. This is a pretty neat hand. I like the way this one turned out. Name Foodchsin. That's the best name, actually. Not that it does anything here, but it's probably the best name. I guess Crater Maker does just kill that, and I might have 3 mana next turn. So it makes sense. Get Caracased. So one of their things will die. I assume the Revoker. We will get a Muxus into play. Yeah, the Mom targets itself. They could have, I suppose they could have Solituded us. Bam. Apparently that's enough for Death and Taxes players in this bracket. So we bring in all of our artifact hate because it's always good. And I think we just shave a little bit. We don't expect lackeys to get through like that, even though you saw how hard it would have been had we not had actual 3 lackeys, right? So. But Lackey plus Fury can get there too. Unfortunately, and we're going to keep this hand, but unfortunately, the 2 problems with this hand is that it's a little bit weak to Wasteland, and that even if you connect with the Lackey, you don't have anything better than a... you don't have anything better than a Sling Gang to put into play. But, you know, I think that that's okay. We can pitch... Ooh. I mean... They tap out a port. We draw a Hierarch. Oh. Oh my god. It's so dirty. It's so dirty. Are they playing Solitude? What did they even get? They got Kaldra. Very aggro play, Kaldra. Muxus. They don't even let the trigger resolve. I could whiff, bruh. I could whiff. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I guess that's not a whiff. Because then I would have a pretty sizable board. And what would be in hand? I would get War Chief and Hierarch, and I have a Sling Gang, and I'll take it. I'll take it. People just concede, though. Muxus does lead to more Muxus. That is the issue, usually. So we're fighting for our money back. Fighting for the old 3-2. The Jund 5-0. We are a Jund deck. Maybe if we cut the blackout, we'd get better records, just because we'd stop being Jund. Anyway, this is likely our last game, unless some big 50-viewer raid comes in out of nowhere. Getting tired. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. We've done 3 leagues. We 4-1 the first 2. We're going for 3-2 here. This is going to go up on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, I have nothing for you. I know everybody else is like, I remember watching Yamakiller, and he has instructions for people when they're watching YouTube, or maybe they just say hi. I know Jim Davis tells people to comment they like. So say hi to Jim Davis in the comments for me. But all these are going up on YouTube because we found our new fantastic website that is just all royalty-free recordings of concerts. We just pick a Grateful Dead show and we go on it. It's called relisten.net. It's great. I cannot recommend it enough. If you're not into listening to whole shows, though, you know, it's probably a lot harder. But they have so many people here. Matisse Yahoo, Mogwai, Nathan Moore, Nelson, Percy Hill. Just so many people that... Pigeons Playing Ping Pong. Why do I know that band? But, yeah, just... I mean, I bet most of these are just jam bands, but... Widespread Panic? That doesn't sound like a jam band. Anyway. I think you have to mull this. It doesn't cast, like, actually anything in it other than Fury, and, like, it's only good against Reanimator. Now, this person was playing Colorless 2 days ago. I don't know what that means. We're just gonna mulligan it. Oh, do I cut MTG bot out of here? I probably shouldn't if I do. This is a good hand. And, I think you can throw back Pashlikmons here. Maybe you're supposed to throw back Matron, but we'll throw back Pashlikmons. Here, let's see. Card, Goblin. No, I don't. Okay. Because I was just thinking about YouTube, and I said this person plays Colorless. I got that based off of the MTGO bot shit, which I think just searches their name on MTG Goldfish. And the fact that, yep, they're still on Colorless. I don't think Colorless plays Wasteland, but might as well. Might as well, might as well. Alright, there's an Urza Saga. If we get Ancient... Oh, they're gonna make a Construct? Yes, they are. Yeah, so there's like this weird Surge Node thing that they're gonna do. Yeah, with Astral Cornucopia. So we can't attack through that. Um, we do have cards to play, though. And they don't kill you very quickly. You can Muxus them out. A lot of times they're trying to build up these big constructs, and it just takes a while, and you can chump. That being said, I think I don't block this turn because they can't make... Oh, no, they can. Ancient Tomb makes another one. So maybe I chump. Maybe I chump. I think I chump. We're going to play a Matron. I'm probably going to go find a Muxus. They exiled the Core Tapper from the top of their library. Ooh, that's a good draw. So green, play that. Matron. They're gonna make a construct. They could get Pithing Needle. I don't know what Pithing Needle will do. I don't know why I mentioned it. I guess just for my own sake. So you gotta go grab Muxus here. Can't do anything other than that. We gotta hope that they don't make them into 10-10s. And they're gonna be 9-9s. Oh, no, they're gonna be 10-10s, aren't they? Yeah, they're gonna be 10-10s. Because they're gonna grab Pithing Needle, or whatever. Manifold Key is apparently what they grab, which is cool. Core Tapper coming out, making them 11-11s. So that means we have to chump 2 of them, which prevents us from casting Muxus. Now, they only have 6 life left. Oh, and it's down to 10-10. But that's not a big deal. I guess Ancient Tomb is what we need here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So Ancient Tomb off the top does it for us. This doesn't do shit. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, obviously their things are huge. They should have done this before. They only have 1 blocker, too. So Muxus can legitimately kill them. It's not just like, oh, I concede because you resolved Muxus. They're trying to storm off for what? 10 damage? What are they going to cast? They grab Walking Ballista. They can cast it for X equals nothing. Oh, X equals 2? Oh, that actually just ends the game, doesn't it? I thought this only made 3 mana. What happened? They have a mana floating and I just didn't see it. We've gotten there? No. Good game, opponent. Both teams played hard. This is a lose to Null Rod theme deck they're playing. So we'll put that one in. I think you want Magus. And I think Mindbreak Trap is also relevant based on what we just saw. I don't actually think Fury is good. Although it's good if you're trying to force Lackey through at the beginning. But like, if you cut The more... So, this is a tough one. I guess Pithing Needle you don't really want. There's too much shit. Nah, probably want that. I think Fury, yeah, Fury's just not what you want to be doing. You know what? Mages probably isn't what you want to be doing either. I think 2 is good. Nah, I don't even think 2 is good. They're playing Astral Cornucopia. What was I thinking? We'll bring back in Furies. Because we want to... You saw how quickly they got their shit up. We just want to be able to force through a lackey so we can make 5 mana on turn 2 if we are allowed. I think you keep this. You obviously have the opportunity to draw something like a Muxus, which you can then put in, and you may have to wait a turn to get your lackey through, but you have something that destroys constructs and small creatures, so I like this. Ooh, I'm like real low down there. I guess Basic Mountain? Although, no, you can't cast Foodchsin if you draw it, and I don't think they're on Wasteland, so... We'll grab a Taiga. Probably should have... Okay. Spatial Contortion. Crater Maker. Think you kill that Mox Opal? Nah. Don't play a land. Don't do it. Don't play a land. Fakey's not bad. Makes Mox Opal make more mana. Are they just actually not gonna play land? Nope, there it is. I can go grab the you know the one. I can grab Master Exile to kill this. But like, they have 2 mana either way. Maybe I'm just supposed to like kill the Mox Opal. No, I'm supposed to kill. All right, well, we can't play anything this turn other than, I think, killing Everflowing Chalice. Because if they get a Core Tapper, we're screwed, and they only have 1 mana. So, like, maybe they have another land, but we might have just screwed them so that they can't, like, they just lose Urza Saga. Nope, they had a city. City is good, but we can deal with, we can deal with 1 construct. I'm gonna Ringleader first instead of Matroning so they don't know what we have necessarily. We can deal with 2 constructs actually, it's not that hard. There's a Crater Maker. We can Crater Maker next turn. I don't think I even chump. I think maybe I Matron or Masked Exile and play it as opposed to Crater Makering. I think that might be the best play because they could play a Karn. And this is why we killed Chalice as opposed to Mox Opal. Muxus is good. Can't play it yet, but it's good. So I think one of the reasons that you actually play Matron to grab Masked Exile is because you get the 2 chumpers. Masked Vandal, I don't know why I call it Exile. Because it exiles things. That's smart. And we're just gonna die to these if we don't do something about them, so... Kinda have to. And I'll chump this construct because now we're just buying time until we get to play this Muxus and then hopefully follow up with a Sling Gang. Although am I Crater Makering next turn or am I Sling Ganging? Might be Sling Ganging as opposed to Crater Makering. Maybe you Crater Maker this Mystic Forge. They can play a lot of things for basically no mana. I remember Ben Stark was playing this and convincing people it was like the best deck at some point. And it just never was, even then, but Urza Saga obviously has breathed new life into it. I thought Dice Factory was the modern deck. But yeah, it's basically that. I think... So I'm either supposed to kill Mystic Forge with Crater Maker, or I'm supposed to play Sling Gang Lieutenant. And I think Sling Gang Lieutenant is just, like, probably safer, because I don't think that their chains off of Mystic Forge are that good. A lot of their best cards they can't even play off the top of their deck, namely Urza Saga and Karn. So like, Four Tapper makes it so they don't actually even have any mana making artifacts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they do have a Grim Monolith, I forgot. But if they don't have any colored mana making artifacts, not that they're playing anything. Anyway, the whole point I said it was that they don't have oh no! I guess they take Crater Maker, right? Just hope I don't draw a land. It's legendary. Probably a reason for that. Oh no, it just came off the top? Okay. A lot of charge counters, nowhere to put them. Exactly. What I was trying to say. Do it again! Alright. Getting closer and closer to just being actual dead from Sling Gang. Surge Node? Okay. Gonna attack? Didn't think so. Land. Alright. At this point... They don't even let me cast it! This is the earliest concede I've seen yet! Oh my god. Wasn't he... I don't even finish fetching the mana. I could have failed to find. Can I surgical it? Anything that's, like, gonna destroy them? No, right? Like, I guess you can surgical Urza Saga, but they're not playing more than one Urza Saga. In a game. If they do, we lose. But if they do that, it means it's like turn 6 and we've done nothing. I am so tempted to keep this because Null Rod just shuts off their whole deck. We're on the draw. Let's do it. It's a lose to Null Rod theme deck. I'll never forget that. It was so funny the way he said it. Rich Shea was trying to figure out the modern format. We were sitting in... I don't know what you call it. We're sitting in the University Center, I guess, is the name of the building. They might get a couple turns out before we null rod them, but Ancient Tomb, no. But it was way back when Birthing Pod was still a thing. People were trying to figure out how to beat it. He called it a lose to Grafdigger's Cage theme deck. Just put those in your sideboard and you'll never lose. He was right. That's what a vintage man. That's how they think. All right, well, we got fucked. Not that we had the way out of it either way. We can still win. I guess I'm just gonna grab another Taiga. I should have grabbed the Badlands, actually. That was dumb. But we're just gonna keep casting a Narcomancers until our Muxus cost 0. We might be dead before that, though. We might be very dead before that. But the Lose to Null Rod theme deck has played a Null Rod of their own. And they're just gonna fucking pop off my lands. And it's gonna suck. This looks like game. I guess the way it's not game, I could have drawn Fury. Had I drawn Fury and killed Karn and Core Tapper, we play on. As it stands, I believe we're dead. But I will, because I believed we could play on from drawing Fury last turn, I will continue. Because you can still kill Karn with Fury after it ticks up to pop your land, so. It's gonna make a construct? Oh, it's gonna and make a construct. They're pretty good at counting their mana, I gotta say. They did all that so fast. Fury. Oh, did I side out Furies? No. Okay. I would have felt dumb. You can't really play on from here. I mean, I'm gonna give it the old college try because I can attack Karn. Oh my god! I could have cast Muxus. I just didn't realize it. Oh man, I'm tired. That's why this is our last game. Holy shit, dude. Cost 4. Well, that's game. Had I cast Muxus, it's because I've been playing Magic for 5 hours straight, and that was apparently the last straw. I should have just cast Muxus, obviously. Anyway, we went 4-1, 4-1, 2-3. So that's 10 and 5, which isn't bad. I would run it back. I want to add a Sting Scourger somehow. I think the Pashlik Mons was good, so I'm not gonna cut the Pashlik Mons for it. But yeah, I can't believe. Well, I should have cast Muxus. Anyway, we're gonna look for somebody else streaming Legacy, and we'll raid them. But I don't see anybody doing anything like that. So, oh, there we go. Molzin Legacy, Guma Noob. I don't know what that means. Are they speaking English on this channel? Is Molzin a word that I don't know? No, Luciano Guma. I think. Want to see if he says anything.
Acho que é o mesmo oponente. A revanche.
No. We're gonna raid him. I don't care.
Esse aqui.
Yeah, you speak English. So we're gonna raid Guma Noob because they're playing Legacy. Thank you all for joining me. Don't forget to follow. This is going up on YouTube. I don't know. Probably I'm gonna hit the export button tomorrow. We'll see when it goes live.
Nice.
I will. I'll see you. I'll see you next time.
Very nice.
Don't forget to join the Goblins Discord if you want to talk about goblins, and I'll see you there.
né? Só pode jogar uma mágica por